construction of the White House, one of the most iconic symbols of American democracy, was built in large part by enslaved laborers, a fact often overshadowed in history books. When President George Washington selected the site for the White House in 1791, Washington, D.C. was still a developing city with little infrastructure. In order to build the home of the president, cheap and skilled labor was required, and much of this labor came from enslaved black workers who toiled under harsh conditions with no recognition. At the time, the U.S. government struggled to find enough skilled white laborers willing to work on the project, so they turned to slavery. Many of the enslaved workers were rented out by their owners to the federal government, which paid the slave owners, not the workers themselves. Enslaved laborers performed backbreaking work, including cutting stones, laying bricks, sawing wood, and making mortar. Skilled enslaved craftsmen, such as carpenters, masons, and blacksmiths, also played a crucial role, constructing the framework and intricate architectural details of the building. Documents from the time show the names of some of these enslaved workers, including Ben, Daniel, Peter, and Harry, who were all recorded as laborers on the White House. However, because enslaved people were treated as property, most of their full names were never recorded, and their contributions were largely erased from historical narratives for centuries. The irony of the People's House being built by people who had no rights, freedom, or voice in government is stark. Even after the White House was completed in 1800, slavery continued within its walls as several early presidents, including Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, James Monroe, and Andrew Jackson, enslaved people in the White House itself. It wasn't until 2016, during Michelle Obama's speech at the Democratic National Convention, that mainstream awareness of this history gained significant traction. In her speech, she reminded the nation that she, a black woman, woke up every morning in a house built by slaves, a powerful statement that forced many Americans to confront this painful history.
When you look at the White House, what do you see? Power, history, democracy? Here's what they don't teach you. Enslaved black people built it. Construction began in 1792, but the government couldn't find enough workers. European recruitment failed, so they turned to what they always turn to: stolen black labor. Enslaved men quarried stone at Aquia, Virginia, hauled materials up the Potomac River, laid bricks, sawed lumber, and erected the walls of America's most powerful symbol. Over 200 documented enslaved workers built the White House and Capitol, but most weren't even named in records, just listed as Negro hire or marked as property. The wages went to their enslavers, not them. Some names survived the erasure: Peter, Ben, Daniel, Harry. Skilled carpenters, owned by James Hoban, the White House architect himself. They worked sunrise to sunset, 6 days a week, sleeping in huts on site while building the mansion that would house presidents. Think about that irony. Enslaved people built the house that symbolizes freedom. Every brick carries the weight of stolen labor, stolen wages, stolen lives. When Michelle Obama said, "I wake up every morning in a house that was built by slaves," she wasn't just speaking truth. She was reclaiming a history they tried to bury. We didn't just help build this country, we built its very foundation while being denied our humanity. Share this truth, because remembering their sacrifice is the least we can do.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Aggressive Intelligence. Today we're diving into a profound and often overlooked chapter in American history: the role of enslaved African Americans in the construction of the White House. This iconic building, a symbol of American democracy, has a story deeply intertwined with the history of slavery in America. Let's explore this together. The story of the White House begins in the early 1790s, when the Residence Act of 1790 authorized President George Washington to select a location for the new federal capital. This site, along the Potomac River, would eventually become Washington, D.C. French engineer Pierre-Charles L'Enfant was appointed to design the city, while Irish-born architect James Hoban won the competition to design the President's House, now known as the White House. Construction began in 1792 and was completed in 1800. The site is located at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest in Washington, D.C. The decision to place the capital on land ceded by two slave states, Virginia and Maryland, significantly influenced the acquisition of laborers for its construction. Initially, commissioners hoped to import workers from Europe, But these efforts failed. Consequently, they turned to African Americans, both enslaved and free, to meet their labor needs. Enslaved labor was commonplace in Maryland and Virginia, and enslaved African Americans were essential to the economy, providing labor in various skilled trades. The workforce that built the White House was diverse, including local white laborers, European immigrants, free African Americans, and enslaved African Americans. Enslaved workers were leased from their owners, who received wages for their labor. These enslaved individuals performed a wide range of tasks, from unskilled labor to skilled trades such as carpentry, masonry, and brickmaking. Some key tasks performed by enslaved laborers. Quarrying stone. One of the most labor-intensive tasks was quarrying the sandstone used for the exterior walls. Enslaved workers cut and transported these heavy stones from Aquia Creek in Virginia to the construction site. Brickmaking and masonry. Enslaved laborers prepared clay, formed bricks, and fired them in kilns. Skilled masons, both enslaved and free, laid these bricks to construct the building's walls. Carpentry and joinery. Enslaved carpenters were crucial in framing the building and crafting intricate woodwork for the interiors. Their skills were vital in shaping the wooden structures and finishes of the White House. General labor. Many enslaved individuals performed general labor duties such as clearing land, digging foundations, and transporting materials. Benjamin Banneker was a free African American who played a significant role in surveying the area where Washington, D.C. would be built, including the location of the White House. Banneker's contributions as a mathematician and surveyor were crucial in laying out the nation's capital. The National Archives holds extensive documentation showing that enslaved African Americans built the White House and the Capitol. These records include wage rolls, promissory notes, and vouchers that provide a detailed account of the work done by slaves on these historic structures. For example, a 1795 carpenter's roll for the President's House lists 4 slaves: Tom, Peter, Ben, and Harry, 2 of whom were owned by James Hoban, the architect of the President's House. These rolls record the number of days worked and the rate at which each person was paid, with the wages being paid directly to the slave owners. The documentation reveals the economic exploitation of enslaved labor. Owners were compensated for the work of their slaves, receiving wages for the labor performed by individuals like Tom, Peter, Ben, and Harry. This system underscores the financial benefits reaped by slave owners at the expense of the enslaved individuals who did the actual work. The use of enslaved labor came at a significant human cost. Enslaved individuals worked long hours under harsh conditions with minimal medical care and inadequate food. Injuries, diseases, and accidents were common, and the harsh working conditions likely led to numerous health issues. They were well-fed, only in the sense that they received enough to keep them working. But the quality and quantity of food were far from adequate. Their housing was temporary, often consisting of shacks with minimal furnishings, on or near the construction sites. These makeshift accommodations were basic and provided minimal shelter from the elements. Living close to the construction site meant that enslaved laborers were always on hand to work long hours, often from sunrise to sunset. Enslaved laborers often had little more than a crude boxed bed and a cast-iron cooking vessel. They had to supply most of their personal material goods through theft, trade, purchase, or their own handiwork. European craftsmen lived in more permanent structures, with better furnishings and more comfort. They had better access to nutritious food and medical care, and they enjoyed greater privacy. While some European craftsmen lived close to the construction sites, they often had the option to live in nearby towns or cities, where they could enjoy better living conditions and more social opportunities. Former First Lady Michelle Obama brought renewed attention to this history in her 2016 Democratic National Convention speech, stating, "I wake up every morning in a house that was built by slaves." In 2010, a plaque was installed at the White House Visitor Center to honor the enslaved laborers who built the White House. This plaque serves as a reminder of the complex history of the United States and the vital contributions of African Americans to the nation's development. The construction of the White House is a testament to the contributions and sacrifices of enslaved African Americans. As we appreciate this iconic building, it's crucial to acknowledge the labor and lives that made it possible. Thank you for watching Aggressive Intelligence.
Did you know that if you remove black people from history, entire systems collapse, cities disappear, and modern life stops making sense? History is often taught as if black people were only present at the margins, as if they were acted upon not actors, as if removing them would leave history mostly intact. It wouldn't. Start with the Atlantic world in the 1600s and 1700s. Remove enslaved Africans and there is no sugar economy in the Caribbean, no tobacco boom in Virginia, no cotton empire in the American South. By 1860, cotton alone made up over 60% of U.S. exports. That industry collapses without black labor. So does the global textile economy in Britain and Europe. Now remove black people from American infrastructure. Railroads slow to a crawl, ports fail to expand. Major cities New Orleans, Charleston, Savannah, Richmond do not grow the way they did. In Washington, D.C., enslaved and free black workers helped build the White House and the Capitol in the 1790s. Remove them and the symbols of American democracy are unfinished. Now remove black people from knowledge and innovation. There is no modern blood banking without Dr. Charles Drew in the 1940s. No refrigerated transport systems without Frederick McKinley Jones. No modern traffic lights without Garrett Morgan. No HVAC foundations without Alice H. Parker in 1919. Daily life becomes slower, less safe, less efficient. Now remove black people from science and
I'm sorry. No, without Henrietta Lacks. Yeah, research Henrietta Lacks. You motherfuckers will still be dying from smallpox. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that was once amiss. That was once amiss. Henrietta Lacks, too. You so big on this COVID research, which I told you not to take the jab. I told you not to take the jab. But even Henrietta Lacks cells were still used in the vaccines. Testing on the vaccines. The very ibuprofen or the Tylenols or the Advils that you take. Henrietta Lacks.
Modern gynecology does not exist without experiments performed on enslaved black women by J. Marion Sims in the 1840s. Unethical, violent, but foundational to the field. Public health statistics, life expectancy models, and labor economics were built by observing black bodies first, often without consent. Remove that data and modern medicine loses its base. Now remove black people from culture. Jazz disappears in the early 1900s. So does blues. Rock, hip-hop, gospel, and much of pop music never exist. Language changes. Food changes. Fashion changes. Entire industries vanish. Now remove black people from politics and resistance. There is no abolition movement without black organizers. No Civil Rights Act without decades of black activism. No Voting Rights Act of 1965. American democracy looks very different and far more limited. When you actually remove black people from history, you don't get a cleaner story. You get gaps, contradictions, systems that don't add up. That's why black history is often reduced, delayed, or disconnected. Because acknowledging it forces a truth many systems are built to avoid. Black people were not a footnote in history. They were foundational. So when history leaves black people out, it's not simplifying the past. It's breaking it. And that leaves one question that still matters today. If removing black people makes history collapse, why are we still taught a version of history that tries to do exactly that? Not every hero.
This is Unwritten Truths, a 500-year breakdown of how white supremacy poisoned the world. In the 1500s, they arrived with Bibles and swords, preaching salvation while stealing souls. In the 1600s, they rewrote maps and labeled the world theirs. Everything sacred was renamed. Everything stolen was legal. In the 1700s, they mass-produced slavery, turning people into property with God's approval. In the 1800s, they industrialized empires, burning land and bones to fuel profit. In the 1900s, they sold cigarettes as medicine, sprayed food with chemicals, and told us that fake was better. By 2000, they owned the air, the seeds, the truth itself. They replaced nutrients with logos. Now in 2025, they sell water, emotions, and even identity, and call it freedom. This isn't progress. It's 500 years of psychological warfare, and most of us are still enslaved. We just call it lifestyle now.
This is Unwritten Truths, the war on melanin. They didn't just create race, they invented color to divide and conquer. When they reached Africa, they discovered the truth. Melanin isn't just skin, it's genetic power. power that could change them, and that terrified them. So they built a system to eliminate it. They saw Africa has everything: gold, oil, water, land. So they keep it poor while they take it all. Africa is the only continent that crosses both hemispheres. It's the center of the earth and the origin of humanity. That's why billionaires run experiments there. Why African DNA is under attack. Why melanated people are targets worldwide. Because they know if melanin rises, the system dies.
They're not free. They're paid to stay silent. The richer they get, the less they say that actually matters. Why? Because their contracts are cages wrapped in NDAS, PR teams, and silence clauses. One wrong word, and it's all gone. The endorsements, the access, the image. Speak truth, you're blackballed. Uplift your people, you're dangerous. Most aren't role models. They're distractions, approved by the very system that profits from our pain. You call it fame. They call it control.
White America thought they elected a savior, but God sent them their judgment. November 2024, you watched the election results roll in. You saw white America celebrating in the streets. You heard them chanting his name. You watched them worship at the altar of their golden idol. They thought they were crowning their champion. They had no idea they were signing their own death warrant. Here's what they don't want you to know. Here's what the mainstream media will never tell you. Here's the truth that's been hidden in plain sight. Donald Trump is not white America's savior. He is God's instrument of their destruction. Donald Trump is not white America's savior. He is God's instrument of their destruction. Donald Trump is not white America's savior. He is God's instrument of their destruction. Let me show you something that will blow your mind. In 2024, 21% of black men voted for Donald Trump. That's more than double what he got in previous elections. You heard that right. Black men, the sons of the enslaved, the descendants of those who suffered under white supremacy for 400 years, they helped put Trump back in the White House. And white America celebrated. They thought they were winning. And in 2024, 21% of black men voted for Donald Trump. That's more than double what he got in previous elections. You heard that right. Black men, the sons of the enslaved, the descendants of those who suffered under white supremacy for 400 years, they helped put Trump back in the White House. And white America celebrated. They thought they were winning. But here's what they didn't see. Here's what their blind eyes couldn't comprehend. God was orchestrating the greatest act of divine justice in modern history. He was using the very people they oppressed to deliver their judgment. He was turning their victory celebration into a funeral march. And they were too drunk on their own pride to even notice. Look at what's happening right now in America. Trump's policies are tearing apart the very fabric of white middle-class life. His tariffs are crushing small business owners in rural white communities. His mass deportation plans are creating labor shortages that are destroying white-owned farms and factories. His economic chaos is wiping out retirement savings for white suburban families who thought they were safe. His dismantling of federal agencies is eliminating jobs that white college graduates depend on. Everything they built is crumbling. Everything they trusted is collapsing. Everything they believed in is turning to dust. And the man they worship is the one holding the sledgehammer. Coincidence? Random chaos? Political miscalculation? No. This is prophecy. This is divine judgment. This is God using the wicked to punish the wicked. This is the rod of God's anger. And white America is about to feel every strike. You saw the headlines. Trump dismantles DEI programs. Trump rolls back civil rights protections. Trump appoints judges who will set justice back 50 years. And white America cheered. They thought he was hurting us. They thought he was protecting them. They had no idea that every single policy, every single executive order, every single decision was a nail in their own coffin. Look at what's happening right now in America. Trump's policies are tearing apart the very fabric of white middle-class life. His tariffs are crushing small business owners in rural white communities. His mass deportation plans are creating labor shortages that are destroying white-owned farms and factories. His economic chaos is wiping out retirement savings for white suburban families who thought they were safe. His dismantling of federal agencies is eliminating jobs that white college graduates depend on. Everything they built is crumbling. Everything they trusted is collapsing. Everything they believed in is turning to dust. And the man they worship is the one holding the sledgehammer. Coincidence? Random chaos? Political miscalculation? No. This is prophecy. This is divine judgment. This is God using the wicked to punish the wicked. This is the rod of God's anger. And white America is about to feel every strike. This is divine judgment. This is God using the wicked to punish the wicked. This is the rod of God's anger. And white America is about to feel every strike. And white America is about to feel every strike. You saw the headlines. Trump dismantles DEI programs. Trump rolls back civil rights protections. Trump appoints judges who will set justice back 50 years. And white America cheered. They thought he was hurting us. They thought he was protecting them. They had no idea that every single policy, every single executive order, every single decision was a nail in their own coffin. The whole world is watching America isolate itself. Allies are turning away. Economic partners are finding new arrangements. The global south is rising while America falls. And Trump is accelerating it all with a smile on his face and a red hat on his head. What if I told you this exact scenario was written 3,000 years ago? What if I told you? And white America cheered. They thought he was hurting us. They thought he was protecting them. They had no idea that every single policy, every single executive order, every single decision was a nail in their own coffin. The whole world is watching America isolate itself. Allies are turning away. Economic partners are finding new arrangements. The global south is rising while America falls. And Trump is accelerating it all with a smile on his face and a red hat on his head. What if I told you this exact scenario was written 3,000 years ago? What if I told you the Bible predicted a nation would be judged by its own idol? What if I told you that God has a pattern of using oppressors to destroy oppressors and then destroying the instrument he used? What if everything you're watching on the news right now is the fulfillment of ancient prophecy? White America wanted a white supremacist strongman. God said, fine. Here he is. Have him. Let him destroy you from the inside out. Let him dismantle everything your ancestors built. Let him isolate you from the world. Let him crash your economy. Let him expose your hypocrisy. Let him be the face of your judgment. What if everything you're watching on the news right now is the fulfillment of ancient prophecy? White America wanted a white supremacist strongman. God said, fine. Here he is. Have him. See. White America wanted a white supremacist strongman. God said, fine. Here he is. Have him. Let him destroy you from the inside out. Let him dismantle everything your ancestors built. Let him isolate you from the world. Let him crash your economy. Let him expose your hypocrisy. Let him be the face of your judgment. This is not politics. This is spiritual warfare. This is not about Democrat versus Republican. This is about the God of justice settling accounts with a nation built on stolen land, slave labor, and innocent blood. This is about 400 years of oppression coming due. This is about the chickens coming home to roost. This is about divine vengeance wrapped in a red tie and delivered through the ballot box. And the most beautiful part, white America has no idea what's happening to them. They're still cheering, they're still celebrating. They're like Pharaoh hardening his heart while the plagues destroy Egypt all around him. They're like Belshazzar partying while the writing appears on the wall. They're like Babylon dancing while the enemy army marches through the gates. Today, right now, in this video, I'm going to show you exactly how this prophecy is unfolding. I'm going to take you through scripture, through history, through current events, and I'm going to prove to you beyond any shadow of doubt that what you're witnessing is not chaos. It's judgment. It's not confusion. It's prophecy. It's not random. It's righteous. White America wanted a white supremacist strongman. God said, fine. Here he is. Have him. Let him destroy you from the inside out. Let him dismantle everything your ancestors built. Let him isolate you from the world. Let him crash your economy. Let him expose your hypocrisy. Let him be the face of your judgment. This is not politics. This is spiritual warfare. This is not about Democrat versus Republican. This is about the God of justice settling accounts with a nation built on stolen land, slave labor, and innocent blood. This is about 400 years of oppression coming due. This is about the chickens coming home to roost. This is about divine vengeance wrapped in a red tie and delivered through the ballot box. And the most beautiful part, white America has no idea what's happening to them. They're still cheering, they're still celebrating. They're like Pharaoh hardening his heart while the plagues destroy Egypt. White America has no idea what's happening to them. They're still cheering, they're still celebrating. They're like Pharaoh hardening his heart while the plagues destroy Egypt all around him. They're like Belshazzar partying while the writing appears on the wall. They're like Babylon dancing while the enemy army marches through the gates. Today, right now, in this video, I'm going to show you exactly how this prophecy is unfolding. I'm going to take you through scripture, through history, through current events, and I'm going to prove to you beyond any shadow of doubt that what you're witnessing is not chaos. It's judgment. It's not confusion. It's prophecy. It's not random. It's righteous. By the time you finish watching this video, you will never see Donald Trump the same way again. You will never see American politics the same way again. You will never see the news the same way again. Because you will see the hand of God moving pieces on a chessboard that most people don't even know exists. So buckle up, turn off your distractions, pay close attention, because what I'm about to reveal to you has been hidden for generations. What I'm about to show you will shake everything you thought you knew. What I'm about to prove to you will set you free from the lies you've been told your entire life. The judgment of white America has begun, and Donald Trump is the judge, jury, and executioner that God appointed. The judgment of white America has begun, and Donald Trump is the judge, jury, and executioner that God appointed. The judgment of white America has begun, and Donald Trump is the judge, jury, and executioner that God appointed. Let me show you how. Open your Bible. I'm going to show you something that will make your spine tingle. I'm going to show you a pattern that's been there all along, waiting for eyes to see it. Here's the principle that most people miss. Here's the theological truth that's been buried under centuries of false teaching. When God judges a nation, he doesn't send fire from heaven the way most people think. He doesn't send angels with flaming swords. He doesn't split the...
Please, y'all. You need to understand this part. Oh, baby. You need to understand this part. I'm going to play that again.
When God judges a nation, he doesn't send fire from heaven the way most people think. He doesn't send angels with flaming swords. He doesn't split the earth open and swallow the wicked whole. That's not how divine judgment works in most cases. When God judges a nation, he doesn't send fire from heaven the way most people think. He doesn't send angels with flaming swords. He doesn't split the earth open and swallow the wicked whole. That's not how divine judgment works in most cases.
I'm sorry, but people need to hear this. Please listen to this. Because it's like you looking for X-Men to come out of the clouds and Sentinels and Power Rangers flipping everywhere. That's what you looking for. This is not comic books. This is not cartoons. This is the real world. And it's very Game of Thrones. It's just, no dragons. But I'm telling you, this is how most people think. Yeah, I mean, he did come in a pillar of fire, led our people. And our people still had no faith. This man Christ was the angel that came. He was a pillar of fire. They seen it. They seen Moses split the sea, the Red Sea. They seen Moses do it. They saw the water gush out from the stone. They saw this. And they still, every time something bad happened, we might as well go back to Egypt and be slaves under Pharaoh. That's how I knew this was black folks. That them Israelites that left Egypt, that's how I knew them was black people. Because black people still act the same way today. Still. But please, we need to hear this one more again. You need to understand. Because people be thinking like, okay, well, something bad happened. Okay, so God is about to come down here and whoop everybody. Yes. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. It's just like when people hear people, are quote unquote psychic or, and have, gifts. Oh, well, give me the numbers to the lottery. That's not how Fuck this work. Stupid ass.
When God judges a nation, he doesn't send fire from heaven the way most people think. He doesn't send angels with flaming swords. He doesn't split the earth open and swallow the wicked whole. That's not how divine judgment works in most cases.
Okay, so before I go on, I just want to say, I know that he, doesn't split the earth open because I have this little small list of 38 people, right? 38 people that, I prayed to the Most High and I asked him, because you did it before, so I know that you can do it again, and he has not gotten back to me on this prayer that I've been praying on for a few years now. And, I have this small list of 38 people. When he opened up the ground and he swallowed, he swallowed about 200, the earth swallowed about 250 people. I don't even have that much. It's just 38. 38 people. And so I have been praying for him to open the ground and swallow these 38 people. Just open up the ground and swallow the ass up, God. Just let the earth swallow them. But he has not responded to that prayer yet. I was thinking maybe if I just go down to 35, 35, maybe he'll do it. But he still hasn't gotten back to me on that, so,
He doesn't split the earth open and swallow the wicked whole. That's not how divine judgment works in most cases. Here's what God actually does. He gives a nation over to its own desires. He gives them exactly what they asked for. He lets them have the leader who reflects the darkness of their own hearts, and then he watches as they destroy themselves with their own choices. Turn with me to Romans chapter 1, verse 28. Paul writes, God gave them over to a reprobate mind. Did you catch that? God gave them over. Not God struck them down. Not God punished them directly. God gave them over. He released them. He stopped restraining their evil. He let them have what they wanted. And their own wickedness became their judgment. This is exactly what's happening with Trump and white America right now. They wanted a champion of white supremacy. They wanted someone who would say the quiet part out loud. They wanted someone who would promise to take them back to the good old days when they could oppress without consequence. And God said, you want that? Fine, here he is. Now watch what happens. Look at Deuteronomy chapter 28. This is the chapter of blessings and curses. This is where God lays out exactly what happens to nations that obey him and nations that rebel against him. Starting at verse 15, God describes the curses that will come upon a disobedient nation. And listen carefully to verse 28. The Lord will strike you with madness and confusion of mind. Madness and confusion. Does that not perfectly describe American politics right now? Does that not perfectly capture the chaos of the Trump era? White America is groping in broad daylight like blind people.
Because I told you, I'm serious about my list. I am so over the fact that God will not answer my prayer about him opening up the ground to swallow only 38 people on my small list. He did it for Moses when Korah came against him. So I know he can do it again. I told God that I am even willing to make a compromise. I'm cool with him bringing them back to life even. But I just want to be standing there, away from the swallowing, of course, when he opens up the ground to swallow them and then bring them back to life. When he brings them back to life, I will say, yeah, bitch, and walk away. I still haven't heard anything back from God about this. Maybe it's because a few of them are too fat, which I'm sure the earth will be grateful because the earth doesn't like carrying a lot of tubby ass oink oinks on itself. But I digress. That thought did lead me to another question. Is hell even going to be large enough for some of these tubbies? Because I know of some big bitches. Look, and then I even give you the scripture where it happens. You know. 250 men compared to my small list of 38 people that no one will really miss anyways. 38 people is not a lot of people. Anyways, new vids coming soon. And that was 26 weeks ago. Okay, because I know you nosy and I know you saw it, so... This is it. See, in this I'm explaining to you why we are in the situation where we are at. I'm just going to skip through this. You can pause if you like. This is already on a video. This is already on a video. I'll show you the video. And yes, I wrote this. I wrote this. Yes, I did. It's already on a video. Explaining. Esau wants to get back at God and us. They want to get back at us because they feel like we stole their blessing, birthright, when all actuality they gave the birthright away to us. Even when they have physically forgotten, their spirit remembers. That's why they feel how they feel, hatred and envy towards us. They want to get back at God for choosing Jacob, Negroes, like their forefathers said a long time ago in Genesis 27. Verse 41, they studied our history book, the Bible, culture, and laws. They, Esau and the government, knew who they captured and brought over here is black folk who don't know, nor do the majority even care for real. We knew this land, but we did not know the people who eventually stole the land. King Solomon had a naval fleet, so he knew about land in the New World, but the majority of our people did not know about the people from the caves. So, yes, this is right here, what I just read, foundational Black American. That's what that means. King Solomon had a naval fleet. Our people, the real Jews who are black, we knew about this land over here because the Most High told the prophets. We also know that the earth is not flat, it's round. I don't even talk about that no more. I mean, it's just like, it's pointless. Wood equals cross equals idolatry because Christ is not on a cross, he's alive. Wood equals cross Christianity. Wood equals Christianity. Satan's religion equals Catholicism. False prophet equals the Pope. RCC equals the mother harlot. Judgment of the Roman Edom Catholic Church and her daughters. But who are the daughters? Church of Garbage and Crisis, Pentecostal, Appellashit, or is it Apolloshit? Apostolin, because they will stall your ass right out of the kingdom. Baptiste, KKK, crackers, self-proclaimed Christians, them damn raggedy-ass Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons, press bitches, Presbyterians, and the meth heads. Those are the Methodists. Let's sound it out. The many shall come in my name. Let's sound it out. Christians. What did they do? Oh, just a little Spanish crusades, transatlantic slave trade, manifest destiny, Mexican slavery, slaughtering of the natives, stolen land, their silence, which equals agreement when black people are slain unarmed by the po-po. By the po-po, ho. Yeah, I'm a different kind of Israelite. This is just some stuff that I've been sharing this for years. This stuff, like, I've been sharing this for years. How this stuff all ends up to 666. Some of their quotes. Yeah, look, denied the authority of the church and you have no adequate or reasonable explanation or justification for the substitution of Sunday for Saturday in the third Protestant fourth commandment of God, the Catholic Church is above the Bible. See, they said that. The Catholics said that. I didn't say that. The Catholics said that. I wasn't around in 1923. I don't care what they tell you. Of course, the Catholic Church claims that the change was her act, and the act is a mark of her ecclesiastical power and authority in religious matters. That's who these people are. Matthew 24, 3 through 5. The many are in church on Sunday. The many are being scammed out of their money. Tithes equals food, not money. The many are being essayed by church leadership. This is why judgment will start with the church, whose dumb asses really think that they are about to be raptured. They think they really about to be raptured. Oh, Lord. So dumb. The church will go through the great tribulation. Let me say that again. The church is going to go through the great tribulation. Many will perish. Another reason why pastors don't teach you revelation in church on Sunday. They truly don't know themselves. It's a job to them, which is why this will happen. The will of God is keeping the law. Because I know, a lot of people, they will, but I'm bringing you the scriptures. These are the scriptures. The will of God is keeping the law. Revelations 12, verse 17. You need both. Keep the law and testimony of Yeshua Christ. Revelation 14, verse 12. I don't see how you can read the New Testament and really think that the law is done away with. But giving you all the scriptures here. He simplifies 613 laws down into 2 laws. Think of the 2 stone tablets that the 10 commandments are written on. The first 4 commandments is how you love God. The last 6 commandments is how you love your neighbor. Old Testament, the law equals the schoolmaster. Matthew 5, 17 through 19. I whoop most Christians with this verse right here. Thank God I woke up with heaven above me and the earth beneath my feet. All has not been fulfilled. Oh yeah, because see, where they go wrong is in verse 18. Shall in no wise pass from the law till all. See those 3 little letters right there. A-L-L. All be fulfilled. All. Some people don't know what all means. all includes when Christ comes back to establish his kingdom on the earth. You know, his second coming. That's why the law is not done away with. Because that hasn't happened yet. But, you know, hey, you go stand in the $1,000 plus $1,000 line. Which is, that goes against Matthew 6, 1 through 4. But you go do you. Remember, I ain't asked you for a dime. And I thank you for your time. I'm even on one of the YouTubers, you know, even if you want to put me in the church sector, I ain't asking nobody for no donations or, y'all, we gotta go. Y'all, I need, you know, my Cash App. Y'all, my PayPal. I ain't asked nobody for nothing. The Most High provides for me, and I'm grateful. I don't got a $50,000 total booking fee, or, you know, the money I make before I even step forward in your church. Stop it. Thank God I woke up with heaven above me and the earth beneath my feet. All has not been fulfilled. Has Christ had his second coming yet? No matter what those damn Jehovah's Witnesses tell you, Christ has not had his second coming, which starts his 1,000-year reign. Christians, like my dad, always run to quote Paul, but I hit them with this. If the law was done away with, what vow did Paul take in Acts 18:18? For he had a vow. The answer is in number 6, King James Version. See, this is talking about a man taking a vow of a Nazarite, but a man that lets his hair, like when, you know, like the black guys down in Miami, how they let their hair just dread up. That's what y'all are these people. You still do the same thing. You still do. Man, you go down to Miami and look at those brothers will have like one big dread and then like a few little scratch. That's number 6. What feast must Paul go back to Jerusalem to keep? It wasn't Christmas or Thanksgiving. And why would he go back to Jerusalem? Requirement to keep the feast if the law is done away with. I know my word. I can read in Acts 18, verse 21, King James Version. The feast Paul felt compelled to attend in Jerusalem was either Passover or Pentecost. In Acts 21, King James Version, Paul was also headed to Jerusalem. And while the specific feast isn't mentioned, it was probably Pentecost. Acts 18, verse 21, I must by all means keep this feast that cometh in Jerusalem. Amessica's government. Deuteronomy 28, verse 36. The wood equals cross equals idolatry because Christ is not on a cross, he's alive. Wood equals Christianity. Satan's religion equals Catholicism. False prophet equals the Pope. The stone, Kaaba stone, is Islam. A damn rock reverenced by Muslims embedded in the eastern corner of the Kaaba in Mecca. On one of its corners, there's a hole in the shape of a female body part that the prestigious men pay money to stick their head into. Long story short, there was no Islam before the 7th century. There was no Quran before the 7th century. It used to be called Persian mythology. They had 364 gods that they would worship, a different god each day. What did they do? Arabic slave trade that is still going on today came with a sword forcing my people to join their cult, strapping bombs to themselves and getting you, them, and everyone within a 5-mile radius blowed. Oppress Al-Qaeda, Taliban, people in areas around them, co-conspirators with Amessica, Bushy Boys, and 9/11, weapons of mass destruction that was kept being told to Congress and in United States of Amessica by Benjamin Mildew. I'm sorry, is Milikowski? Yeah, but I call him BB Mildew, because that's his real name. His daddy changed their name when they got to Palestine. Before that, he was Mildew. I'm sorry, Milikowski. You mean the $7 billion? You mean the $7 billion Mexican dollars worth of military equipment paid for by taxpayer money that was left in Afghanistan after a futile 20-year war? The 20-year war in Afghanistan cost America's taxpayers over $2.3 trillion, according to the Watson Institute for International and Public Affairs. There's your debt ceiling. If you want to hear the dirt on Islam, check out my videos on Islam on my YouTube channel. Where was I? Oh, yes. Verse 41. Oh, Deuteronomy 28:41. Young niggas mass incarceration, whose children are gathered together on the block, spying and acting like wild bulls. Who loans money? Who loans who money? 49. I'm just going through this because I've already talked about this on video. If you want to go watch it, you can. Okay, so this is my page, right? So you see this video right here at the top. 4 hours and 44, and then the next one 3 hours and 21. I think it's the first video. But it's these two videos at the top right here. These two is this lesson right here. So check it in. And y'all, I mean, these people think that they're not gonna be judged, but they are. Look at the ridiculousness that's happening.
Well, folks, they're now baptizing in the name of Trump. What else do you need to know about these people to know that they're nothing more than a very dangerous cult? You know, the Reverend Jones cult committed mass suicide. What do you think these people are going to do when Trump goes to prison? Well, folks.
Dear America, take a look around at what we've become. You think I'm going to say because of Trump, but I'm not. Look at what we were before Trump. Fat, rich, and proud. We hold more people in cages than any other country in the world, mostly black and brown. Our police with its knee on the neck of black America. Our military with its knee on the neck of the world. We are not who we say we are. We say all men are created equal, but we forgot to invite the black community to the table. We have stolen and stolen and stolen from them, but we never pay back. But you know what? Payback is here. And I promise you, whatever it would have cost us to do right by them, 40 acres and a mule, reparations, this payback is going to be way more expensive until we...
Yes, it is, because it's too late for 40 acres and a mule. Like, it's too late for that. Like there's nothing that can be done, because like the fuse has been lit, and so there's nothing that y'all can do. That's why and that's another reason why I feel like this has turned into, like, you know how when you go to court, like, all your rights, all your things are read to you, like, you know, what you did and stuff like that. And so that's kind of why I feel like this was just Happy White History Month, but it's also like, you know, in the back of my mind, I'm like, God could be using me to, like, tell y'all everything that y'all done, and then, like, I'm posting these videos, and then, you know, boom, then he sends, you know how he is. So I know you understand what I'm saying.
finally cough up what we owe to the very people who built it all in the first place.
And Dump doesn't think, like, he doesn't think he's fat. Like, Dump, you are fat. Like, ever since you, like, got into this position, like, you have gotten fat. Like, just nasty, like, sloppy fat.
Great. Tell me what culture in America you think is so great. Tell me what culture in America you think is so great.
The white culture.
White culture. Okay. That's crazy for you to say. Can you tell me, what is this white culture that you think is so great?
White culture made America great.
Wait, tell me, wait, tell me this white culture. What is this?
The culture that came from the UK, that came from France, the culture...
So tell me, I'm waiting. So country, so wait, by the way, culture from other countries. So, one, culture from other countries. Two, what are you going to bring up? Lack of seasoning on food? Tell me, what white culture do you think is so great?
We have stuff like Christmas.
Wait, was Jesus white?
No, I think
no. So if Jesus wasn't white and Christmas is about Jesus, then how can this be white culture?
It counts as white culture, though.
If Jesus isn't white, then how could specifically this be white culture?
Jesus didn't create Christmas, dude. What are you talking about?
It's literally about Jesus' birthday. Okay?
I know.
And Jesus isn't white. So it's in celebration of someone who's not white, yet you're referring to it as white culture?
Okay, so I'm going to let this video play. There's a comment on here that is just so fucking dumb that I have to show it. Like, I have to show it. It's so fucking dumb and so wrong. Like, but I'm going to let it play while this is going on in the background.
Crazy for you to say. Can you tell me, what is this white culture that you think is so great?
White culture made America great.
Wait, tell me, wait, tell me this white culture. What is this?
Idiot.
The culture that came from the UK, that came from France, the culture...
So tell me, I'm waiting. So country, so wait, by the way, culture from other countries. So, one, culture from other countries. Two, what are you going to bring up? Lack of seasoning on food? Tell me, what white culture do you think is so great?
We have stuff like Christmas.
Wait, was Jesus white?
No, I think
no. So if Jesus wasn't white and Christmas is about Jesus, then how can this be white culture?
It counts as white culture, though.
If Jesus isn't white, then how could specifically this be white culture?
You bastards were not the first to sail around the world.
Jesus creates Christmas, dude. What are you talking about?
It's literally about Jesus' birthday.
So fucking stupid.
Okay,
I know.
And Jesus isn't white. So it's in celebration of someone who's not white, yet you're referring to it as white culture? Tell me what culture in America you think is so great.
You did not create vaccinations.
White culture. Okay. That's crazy for you to say. Can you tell me, what is this white culture that you think is so great?
White culture made America great.
Wait, tell me, wait, tell me this white culture. What is this?
The culture that came from the UK, that came from France, the culture...
Air conditioning and refrigeration.
By the way,
Wow.
culture from other countries. So,
Somebody
one
wants
culture from other
to
countries.
tell.
Two, what are you going to bring up? Lack of seasoning on
White
food?
culture.
Tell me, what white culture do you think is so great?
We have stuff like Christmas.
Wait, was Jesus white?
Nah, I think
No,
it was
so
Middle East.
if Jesus wasn't white,
He
and
was
Christmas
Jewish, I
is
think,
about
yeah.
Jesus, then how can this be white culture?
It counts as white culture though.
If Jesus isn't white, then how could specifically this be white culture?
Jesus didn't create Christmas, dude. What are you talking about?
It's literally about Jesus' birthday, okay?
I know.
And Jesus isn't white. So it's in celebration of someone great.
White culture made America great.
Wait, tell me,
you can deny that all you want.
wait, tell me this white culture, what is this?
The culture that came from the UK, that came from France, the culture...
So tell me, I'm waiting. So countries, so wait, by the way, culture from other countries. So, one, culture from other countries. Two, what are you going to bring up? Lack of seasoning?
To the 6 people who actually like that damn comment, you are just as dumb as the person who commented that dumb shit. And out of the 6, if there was 2 black women on there, go jump off of a cliff.
There's 195 countries that are recognized in the world. Out of 195 countries, only 8 countries were not colonized by white people. Only 8. I don't think y'all understand. There's 195 countries in the world, and only 8 of them were not colonized by white people. It is not because they didn't try, they just didn't succeed. You want to know which countries that didn't happen to? Thailand, Japan, Liberia, Ethiopia, Nepal, Bhutan, Iran, and China. Most people do not know that. The average person does not know that. This is not common knowledge. There's not a single place on earth, and when I say stuff, there's not a single place on earth that these people have not stuck their fucking dirty ass hands in and tried to fuck it up.
The white female slave owners were the white female slave owners were more vicious than the male because they had the white female slave owners were more vicious than the male because they had the white female slave owners were more vicious than the male because they had to prove their masculinity that they were capable of being as vicious and they ended up being more vicious. This is a book that I read last year, which is it talks about the female slave owners. One of the first female serial killers had slaves in her attic, and she had threw excrement in their mouth and stitched their mouth closed.
Oh my God!
And she was filleting them, like cutting pieces of flesh off them. And the building caught on fire, and then the cops wanted to go in, the firemen wanted to go in and put them, and she was fighting them just to have the building burned so the people would be burned in the building. And she was doing all kinds of serial killer type shit. The white female slave owners were more vicious than the male because they had to prove their masculinity that they were capable of being as vicious and they ended up being more vicious. This is a book that I read last year, which is it talks about the female slave owners. One of the first female serial killers had slaves in her attic, and she had threw excrement in their mouth and stitched their mouth closed.
Oh my God!
And she was filleting them, like cutting pieces of flesh off them. And the building caught on fire, and then the cops wanted to go in, the firemen wanted to go in and put them, and she was fighting them just to have the building burned so the people would be burned in the building. And she was doing all kinds of serial killer type shit.
This wasn't just a children's book. It was shaping how people saw black children. A story that turned a child into a caricature. Exaggerated features and the mockery, and a name that became a slur. This was read in schools, laughed at in public, and normalized for generations. Not just a story, a message about who black people were supposed to be. So what was it? Just a story? Or something deeper? I'm Stan the History Man. I find it, I save it, I share it. Black history.
How would you like to go to work for me?
Yeah, ma'am. How much you gonna pay me, I hope?
Well, let's see now. I'll pay you all your work.
No, ma'am. I gotta have some money.
showed them how. Europeans didn't even know how to bathe until black people showed them how. Europeans didn't even know how to bathe until black people showed them how. Europeans didn't even know how to bathe until black people showed them how. Before the Moors came, Europe was funky. In history, it was literally called the Dark Ages, and not just because of war. It was because of filth and ignorance.
It was called the Dark Ages because black people ruled during the Dark Ages. Black people ruled. Men that look like this guy right here in this red hat were kings. Okay? As a matter of fact, this man that you're looking at on the left is a modern day reflection of Charles II, who they call Black Boy, because he looked like this. He was dark-skinned black like this, and with dark black hair like this king on the left side of the screen. So don't ever forget that. Black people ruled during the Dark Ages. If you don't believe me, look up Hannibal Barca. He was black. Septimius Severus. He was black. He was a Roman emperor. The first black Roman emperor. Septimius Severus. I've talked about him. White people did not gain power until the Renaissance period. Okay? They didn't gain power until the Renaissance. That's when they came through, whitewashed everything, changed everything. Okay? Those imposters that are on the throne right now over in England, they didn't get there until Oliver Cromwell did what he did. And I've already talked about this on previous videos.
Europeans believed taking a bath would make you sick, so they avoided water like it was poison. No plumbing, no soap, no system of hygiene. They tossed waste out of windows, lived with lice, and wondered why plagues kept wiping them out. Then in 711 AD, the Moors, black African Muslims, conquered Spain and changed everything. They built bathhouses, aqueducts, sewage systems, and even streetlights. They brought soap, toothpaste, surgical instruments, universities, and libraries filled with knowledge Europe had never seen.
So imagine that motherfucking, that Greg Lesnar sharing that comment about white people inventing soap. And then got germs listed. Motherfucker, y'all was the germs. Are you crazy? Y'all was the germs.
Introduced perfume, mathematics, and a new standard of civilization. Meanwhile, Europe flipped the script in history books, painting Africans as unclean, while hiding the fact that without the Moors, Europe would have drowned in its own dirt.
Yo, shout out to this white lady. She snapped. Shout out to her.
So I've seen this often when people are discussing the transatlantic slave trade and the slavery with it and then the slavery after that followed, and how evil and horrific and unbelievably devilish it was. The kind of counter deflection point that I hear then from people is, well, the Africans enslaved their own. I mean, I've kind of always heard this, and about any today's events or 20 years ago or 50 years ago, it's always like Africans enslaved their own. Africans are slaughtering their own. Africans are killing their own. This has never been said and would never be said about Europe. If Iceland would start a war tomorrow with Czech Republic and stop bombing Czech Republic, it wouldn't be said that the Europeans are killing their own people. Icelanders are killing their own people. Or when England and France were at war, it wasn't said the Europeans are killing their own. The English are killing their own people. Never. Now, Africa is a continent. Africa is not one country. Africa is a continent with many countries. And Africa is big. You could fit Europe into Africa 3 times. And this is such a dehumanization 101. You lump people into one group. and you make all individuals of that group responsible for the action of any person within that group. Muslims are all terrorists, black people are criminals, savages, Latinos, they're all lazy, and drug lords, and in a gang. There are 2 billion Muslims in the world. If one does something horrible anywhere, then all the other Muslims are responsible for that. But me, I don't have to answer for anything that another white person does.
Nope. White women don't have to answer for their sons being mass shooters and victims. Oh, yes. Young white boys are victims. I'm going to show you after this. Because I played a video on every goddamn video.
I don't have to answer for anything that another Christian does. Ever. And this constant throughout the ages and today, this dehumanization is so easy to see. And it's so evident when it comes to Palestine. The only reason it hasn't been stopped is because it's white people slaughtering brown people. And while these white people are slaughtering the indigenous people of that land, they're all getting melanoma. They're all getting skin cancer because they can't take the sun. Because they don't.
What?
And while these white people are slaughtering the indigenous people of that land, they're all getting melanoma. They're all getting skin cancer because they can't take the sun. Because they don't belong there. Because they're not from there. And the thing is, whiteness... melanoma. It hasn't been stopped. It's because it's white people slaughtering brown people. And while these white people are slaughtering the indigenous people of that land, they're all getting melanoma. They're all getting skin cancer because they can't take the sun. Because they don't belong there. Because they're not from there. And the thing is, whiteness is not a thing because it's constantly changing. Whiteness is a political tool. It only depends on kind of what the OG colonizers and the war criminals are up to at the moment. What UK is doing, America is doing, France, Belgium, Holland, Germany. It just depends on that. Ukrainians are only white now because they're fighting against Russia. If France would go and invade Ukraine, Ukrainians wouldn't be white anymore. They would be like East European white, like not less white, not the same, not like the good white. That would change. And this is what our horrific, corrupt governments want. Us to be divided, us to be fighting each other so we won't come together and actually fight the real problem. And now the thing that just happened in America with ICE executing that white woman, Renee Good, in Minneapolis, the problem with that is that she's white. So they can't use this massive division, because she's a woman, bleh, but she's still white. So what they had to do is demonize her, dehumanize her. Be like, but yeah, okay, she's, white, but she had pronouns in her bio, and she was a lesbian. And also, she had a child from a previous marriage, so she's been, divorced. So yeah, she was, not like a normal, good white woman. This is a fucking joke, and it's so easy to see through it. Just give it a second and just take this in, how ridiculous it is. We need to come together so we can fight the real problem. We got this, not them, never them.
Well, we will not be able to come together because we understand that now that the maggots are seeing shit for themselves, now they want to come back. Now they want, and I'm not calling her a maggot. I'm not, I don't know what she believes, but I'm just speaking in general terms. Well, I've seen some of these white commentators, they have said that they're going to vote Democrat, but they still want a Trump-like figure to carry out his plans. And so that means that they still have not learned their lesson. And voting for this guy 3 times, and then there's certain instances that has occurred, like, Renee Good and Alex Pretty, even though, we are not running in to be a savior for other people, we still have been standing on the sidelines, side-eyeing the whole situation. And when we saw Renee Good and Alex Pretty, we said, mm-hmm. Then we looked at each other and we gave that look, and we all said on a collective note, mm-hmm. And so we're not going to tell you what that meant. We know what the meant, but we're not going to tell you that. But what I will tell you is that we also saw that white cracker bitch from Cinnabon, how she called those, I think they were Somalians, she called them niggers. Then you raised $70,000 for her. We saw that too. So that tells us that you are not ready to stop being racist. You are just sorry because you're getting your asses whooped. It's kind of like you only being sorry because you got caught. You're not sorry. You're just sorry because you got caught. And that's okay. That's okay. Like I said, you people are under judgment. And I've been saying this for some time now. Okay. Do you see like right here, the very first to the left? Do you see where it says 10 years? You see where it says 10 years, right? Okay. So long as you see that. I told you this 10 years ago. I did. I really did. I told you this 10 years ago. And this is why I love Facebook, because these are my receipts. See, I told you. Most Christians don't know who's who in the Bible, which is why a lot of pastors skip over the following verses below. This is why most of the church is out of order. We are in a battle, and most of my people don't know who we are or who our enemy is. You will see why most white folk always hating on you to the boss. You will see why they think they have the right to tell you how to discipline your kids. You will see why some will do what the Barbecue Becky or Central Park Karen did, calling the police in hopes that we will be murdered. You will see their arrogance and proud nature. They boast about this being their country, but they never paid for the land. They stole the land by breaking over 500 treaties, massacres, and giving people blankets with smallpox. This is germ warfare, same as the Tuskegee experiment, where they gave our men syphilis. Same as the tuberculosis sprayed in our St. Louis neighborhoods in the 1950s, where clarification, they didn't give our men syphilis. Our men had already had syphilis, but they was telling them, like, when they was trying to go get treated, okay, well, go here, and so they were telling them that they were treating bad blood or something like that, but they didn't have any plans on curing them, and I've already talked about that. They are the real illegal immigrants who have not changed. Through their secret society, Jesuit order, Freemasonry, Club of Rome, Bohemian Grove, and the Skull and Bones crew, in which TD Mistake is a proud member of. That's debatable. They have infiltrated Christianity and taken over as authority of the church. And if you haven't encountered a situation with one, keep living, watching, and praying. Not all of them are our enemy, but the ones who support government oppression against us. An example, Trump supporters, maggots, are. Pastors tend to skip over Romans 9, verses 11 through 15. The elder shall serve the younger, as it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. What shall we say then? Is there unrighteousness with God? God forbid. For he saith to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion. And side note, a lot of my brothers in the Hebrew faith who are black Hebrew Israelites, they forget this little last line. At the end of the day, the final judge is up to the Most High. He gonna have mercy on who he gonna have mercy on, and he gonna have compassion on who he gonna have compassion on. And ain't none of us gonna be able to say a damn thing about it. So, when this happens, make sure you have your fringes and, all of your, your Jewish star and that you like to wear, which is the Star of Molech and all of that BS. Make sure you have that. Anyway, lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright. For ye know how that afterward, when he would have inherited the blessing, he was rejected, for he found no place of repentance, though he sought it carefully with tears. Why? Why? Because of everything that I'm showing you. Happy White History Month. From Edom's descendants, who are Esau, white folk. Okay, I pretty much told, who was Esau, Edom? Notice that even in the womb, these two kids fought. Esau, Edom, is the white man who was not white but red, and hairy like a goat, because you can see their blood through their skin. This is a curse and a way to identify a specific group of people in the future. Notice Jacob was not described. That's because Jacob looked like everyone else at that time. Black. Like that. Black like that. Black. Rebekah's husband, our great-grandfather Isaac, loved Esau more because Esau was a hunter-gatherer. Esau brought the food. Keep in mind, it wasn't no Kroger's or Walmart in those days. If you wanted to eat, you had to hunt. One for sure way I know white people is Esau is because of the hunting. I sometimes come across videos on YouTube when it comes to hunting, the outdoors, and camping. That is their skill all the way. You can't beat them in hunting. Think about the guys from Duck Dynasty. Who else would think to make a device that literally calls the ducks to them so they can just shoot them easily? They know how to spray female deer piss on themselves to attract the big bucks, male deer. I even seen one guy on YouTube who trained minks to catch rats. They created and are masters of weaponry, guns, nuclear bombs. This is their skill. This is how they rule by the sword. These are their characteristics. Jacob is our grandfather. He was a plain man, like Craig off of Friday, who got fired on his day off, and he was at home. That's Jacob. It's still happening today. We proud of ourselves. Whatever. Jacob is our grandfather. He was a plain man that liked to stay in the house and study his heritage, aka laws of the Most High, given to Noah, down to Shem, down to Abraham, and so on. Genesis 25, 29 through 34. The reason their skin is pale is because our Father in heaven knew they would give up their birthright for a bowl of bloody pottage, aka stew meat. Genesis 25. Even though the law of Moses was not in place, there was 7 laws given to Noah by the Most High after the flood. One of them was to not eat or drink blood, which showed up later in the law of Moses. The birthright is usually given to the firstborn, but Esau gave it up. It wasn't important to him. The birthright is the right to rule the kingdom under Christ, which is why it stated later, the elder shall serve the younger. Let's look at the Bible to see what happened. So also Esau made it with them Horites too. That's how they lost their melanin. A long time ago, Esau white people sold their birthright to my people. Now watch as you keep reading how Esau will try to switch the narrative, saying Jacob tricked him. They do this to this day. They have not changed. These are the characteristics that will manifest later on as time went on. I'm showing where they get these characteristics from and how they came about. I said the birthright equals future prophecy of ruling the next kingdom under Christ. We also received a great blessing from our great-grandfather Isaac. We give thanks to our great-grandmother, and always looking out, Rebecca, for what she did. The Lord had already told her back in Genesis 25 and 23, the elder shall serve the younger, which is why she did what she did. See, Isaac loved Esau, but Rebecca loved Jacob. And because of what the Lord told her, she devised a plan to help Jacob. Esau is our older twin brother. They were supposed to rule, but they sold that right. They lost their blessing, and they swore to kill us because of this. Who still don't get along after all these years? Only two races of people, with them having a perpetual hatred for us. Even in their unconscious, they say and do evil things because this is spiritual. The spirit in them remembers. Most of them don't know their history and can't even explain why they hate us. I'm showing you why. Pay attention when you read this next scripture. Who does this sound like today? Who is in charge by way of war? What is the USA, United States of America, known for? War and invasion. I mean, is that not how Amessica was formed? They even create scenarios to go to war. 9/11 was an inside job. The government did that to bring in this new world order. Think about it. Have things been right since 2001? 7 years later, we have the economic collapse, all kinds of events along the way, like the mass school shootings, etc. Is it coincidence that no one else has tried to do what they say Osama did with 9/11? You see, the capital is not secure. And leading up to today with this pandemic, they create chaos to establish order. Order out of chaos. And by thy sword shalt thou live. And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing. What's the blessing? Being blessed by the Most High. Being able to capture people, like how Unc and that whole tendernism situation happened with that white man. Unc is Jacob. The white man is Esau. Naturally jealous of Unc because and the man that he jealous and mad at, he wouldn't even have this, what he have today, if it wasn't for Unc, who told him, you should go into the food business. You should do this. You should do that. That's classic Jacob and Esau. You see how they switched the narrative. Now, all of a sudden, we tricked them. But earlier they said, and Esau said, behold, I am at the point to die, and what profit shall this birthright do to me? Thus Esau despised his birthright. Remember that? Of course not. This is why they have been stealing our inventions, music, culture, and identity. Since they know they won't rule under Christ, they now rule by the sword under Satan. You see, they have destroyed the earth with their drilling, fracking, chemtrails, global warming, oil spills, and wars. I just want to point out to my people, you see everything else. Baby, you saw Candy and Todd won't go make it. You saw Escape coming back together, and then you saw the drama that went down with them. I mean, you dudes, you saw, LeBron James and, the Pittsburgh Steelers stats from 1995. I mean, you see all of this, but you can't see this somehow. I don't get it. I don't get it. Yes, this is Wisdom of Solomon. I love the lost books of the Bible called the Apocrypha. They are canonical and spiritually inspired. See, this explains. This is 2nd Esdras 6, King James Version Apocrypha. I'm skipping down to verse 9. For Esau, at verse 8, and he said unto me, from Abraham unto Isaac, when Jacob and Esau were born of him, Jacob's hand held first the heel of Esau, for Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth. Since they are destroying the earth, we will rule for 1,000 years when Christ returns. This is biblical. You won't learn this in church because they do not know history. The Bible is a historical book of our ancestors, the Hebrew Israelites. Esau came from the Caucasus Mountains. They dwelled in the clefts. Hence, the Geico Caveman commercials. Remember, they always put it right in your face. It just flies over your heads. It was prophesied in Genesis 27:38 through 41 that Esau, who became known as Edom or Idumea, white folks, shall live by the sword. He will also have a perpetual hatred for his brother Jacob, aka Israel. Who is Jacob? Okay. The 12 tribes of Israel, the chosen people of the Most High. Keep in mind, you won't learn this from your pastor because they don't know. They were taught the replacement theology. The replacement theology is Israel being replaced with the church. This is what Romans 11, King James Version, is all about. But anyway, Esau living by the sword means going into different countries, overthrowing the beliefs and leaders already established. Example, the North American natives and Iraq. They have been the root of all 3 world wars in this world. They cause the conflict and they bring the resolution they had already had planned out against God's chosen people. Order out of chaos. Not all white people are bad, but just like we had to pay for the sins of our forefathers, they will have to do the same. Revelation 13, verse 10. The black babies that were born to the women on the slave ships were not bad, but they still had to endure and grow up in slavery. And when I speak of white folk, I'm speaking on the elite powers, the wickedness in high places, their people in the KKK, and the average Trump supporter are just the ignorant bottom feeders. Most of them don't know this history either. Notice they can't explain why they hate us. Outside of the fabricated lies, the whole 13%, whatever they say, which is lies. But even still, when the majority of them see Christ crack the sky and see he is a dark-skinned Negro, they will not serve. They will be judged harshly. There is no repentance for them, and major judgment is coming to the Gentiles. They boast and say Israel was done away with so they can come in. Blasphemy. Some of them will make it to be servants in the kingdom of heaven, but the majority who have a perpetual hatred for the Most High's people will not serve the woolly, afro-haired, black-skinned Messiah or our Father, who is also black. You will see this happen. You will see them reject him when we all see he is a big black man along with the angels. Who else do you know that personifies themselves as the eagle? Think about it. After the towers collapsed, scam, what did the wicked leader say? We shall rebuild. Eagle. Bald eagles love fish. These birds are opportunistic predators. Slavery. Massacre of the natives. And when fish aren't available, they'll eat whatever they can catch. Greed and desperation, including small birds and rodents. Bald eagles are also scavengers that will feed on carrion. If they see an opportunity, bald eagles may even steal stolen land, food from other birds, such as osprey. This is where the original verse come from Romans 9. I read that earlier. I have loved you, saith the Lord, yet ye say, wherein hast thou loved us? Was not Esau Jacob's brother, saith the Lord, yet I loved Jacob, and I hated Esau, and laid his mountains and his heritage to waste for the dragons of the wilderness. Whereas Edom saith, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down, and they shall call them the border of wickedness, and the people against whom the Lord hath indignation forever. Now you see that forever, right? But they're scholars. They'll come back and try to say, oh no, it doesn't mean like, forever. Like, it's just meaning for that period in time. But you see right here, it says forever. Esau, who was Rome, Idumea, well, this is their judgment, Obadiah. The vision of Obadiah, thus, I'm not reading all this, but I'll read the parts that I need to. Thus saith the Lord God concerning Edom, we have heard a rumor from the Lord, and an ambassador is sent among the heathen. Arise ye, and let us rise up against her in battle. Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen. Thou art greatly despised. The pride of thine heart hath deceived thee. Thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock, whose habitation is high, and saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, your space stations, thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord. Let's look. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's what they did during the Renaissance. This is what they did. This is why they took the Apocrypha out of the Bible. The first King James was in 1611. Well, it was done before that, but there's a King James Version Bible from the 1600s. It includes the Apocrypha, the book, the Ethiopian Bible. The Ethiopian Bible contains the Apocrypha, including the Book of Enoch. Yes, the devil. This is the mother harlot at the top, controlling all of her daughters. All of her daughters. Right. That's the exact idea. Yep. Who else did this happen to? Yep. You want to be Christians, the white Jesus? You want to be Muslims, sticking your head? Remember, I think I was just talking about it, but about Islam and how they stick their head into this is it right here in the middle. Then on the end, it's for the people that's wrapped up in Kemet. This is real. For you people in the church. folks in the church.
This is stuff they don't want to talk about. Good question. Another good question. Because these are puppets. These people pull the strings of the puppets that I just showed you. These people. These people at the bottom pull the strings. These people. These people at the bottom. Right. This is a damn good question. Because they're not the people who left out of Egypt with Moses. See? 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 They pull the strings. Exactly. You ain't gonna learn this in school. They don't want you to go past 1619. Damn sure don't want you to go to 70 AD. This day history. It's damn people telling you what they look like. That's what they said. Oh yes, they hate when the truth come out. They hate when the truth come out. Receipts. Truth. These are not the people who left out of Egypt with Moses. Those people was black. They're shooting in their...
One of the questions that I have for the imposter convert Ben Shapiro.
Ever tell you look like a penis with a little hat on? Okay, so in the original video, I told you this is what they do. I'm not lying. You see what that is? That's what they do. Look at in the top left corner. And okay, you see the white? Look at the baby. Look at the baby mouth. Wide open, screaming. As he's sucking on the baby's balls. Disgusting. Look. This is what they do.
Y'all think this is a game? See, y'all think somebody trying to be mean? Nope. Read it and weep. Multiple documented herpes simplex virus type outbreaks have occurred in infants following a circumcision ritual known as the stuff that I just showed you. During this practice, uses direct oral suction to draw blood from the baby's circumcision wound. That is gross. This is real. They do this. Look. It's even made it to CNN News. Look. CDC.gov. They've been doing this. Look. Baby. Of herpes and ritual circumcision by Orthodox ish people. See? But they supposed to be God's chosen, right? The bringer of diseases. Yeah, okay. They imposters.
Look at the baby mouth, wide open, screaming.
In pain.
As he's sucking on the baby's balls. Disgusting. Look. This is what they do. Didn't even know Iraqis was black, did you? Them Sephardic Jews, they from Esau. Read it and weep.
rest on this for a little bit so y'all can read this, because this is what's going on now. And I shared this picture back before 2020. I'm talking about I shared it probably 2018, 2017, 2018. Because that's when I was posting my heaviest. 2017, 2018. Because y'all need to see this.
I talk about this. That was the Balfour Declaration that I spoke about. This book says the same information.
So Truth Unedited, a page I followed since his very first video, recently did a video on who Esau is. Usually I agree with 90% of his videos, but not this video. On this video, he left out key biblical scriptures proving who Esau is. So let's see who Esau really is. And Yitzchak was 40 years old when he took Rivkah to be his woman, the daughter of Bethuel, the Arami of Padan Aram, the sister to Lavan, the Arami. And Yitzchak entreated Yahuwah for his woman because she was barren, and Yahuwah was entreated of him, and Rivkah, his woman, conceived. And the children struggled together within her, and she said, if it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of Yahuwah. And Yahuwah said unto her, 2 nations are in your womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from your generation.
Sorry, I have to interject though. The name of Christ is Yeshaya. So when he's saying Yahuwah, it's Yeshaya.
And the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. 2 nations were in her womb, 2 different manner of people. And the first came out red, all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. Esau was described because he had a different shade of melanin than the rest of the people. This is pretty much what Esau looked like at birth. In the beginning, all mankind were melanated, except for in the case of leprosy, there was no white skin. So if Esau is now the white man, what happened? And the Korim, the Horites, and their Mount Seir, unto El Paran, which is by the wilderness. The Horites dwelt in Mount Seir. The Hebrew word for Horite is Kori, and it means a cave dweller or troglodyte. And the Horites lived in the caves because they were the children of the fallen angels. Their flesh couldn't handle the sun. And Esau took his women, and his sons, and his daughters, and all the persons of his house, and his cattle, and all his beasts, and all his substance which he had got in the land of Canaan, and went into the country from the face of his brother Yaakov. For their riches were more than they might dwell together, and the land wherein they were strangers could not bear them because of their cattle.
Fair use. I forgot to say that, but fair use. And who can't handle the sun today? Who can't survive in the sun today? Who need all kind of sunscreen, and who had to go get another people because they were disease stricken and couldn't survive in the warm tropical climates? They were getting sick. Who did they go get? The children of the sun. Who couldn't survive in the sun back then, like this man is saying? And who can't survive in the sun today? Who couldn't survive in the sun back then And who can't survive in the sun today? And I know it's some light, bright, high yellow, and it's some mixed breeds, but no, I ain't, them is one-offs, no. I'm talking about predominantly. Who needs sunscreen when they go surfing? Who needs sunscreen when they go camping?
Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. So Esau moved to Mount Seir along with the Horites. But from time to time, Esau would go and see his father and mother in the land of Canaan. And Esau intermarried with the Korean, the Horites. And he gave his daughters to the son of Seir, the Kori, the Horite. Esau procreated with the Horites. By Esau intermingling with the Horites, the children of the fallen angels, they produced a nation or people without melanin. And the children of Kittim continued their pursuit of Edom, and they smote them with a great slaughter, and Edom became subject to the children of Kittim. And the children of Kittim ruled over Edom, and Edom became under the hand of the children of Kittim and became one kingdom from that day. And from that time they could no longer lift up their heads, and their kingdom became one with the children of Kittim. Esau became one with Kittim. And the children of Kittim are the Romaim who dwelt in the valley of Canopia by the river Tiber. Kittim is the Romans. After Esau / the Romans became the power structure, they went out conquering Europe and Japheth's descendants, originally melanated people. And after generations of how we say taking something, and the children of Japheth lost their melanin, which is why Japheth is called the progenitor of the Europeans. It's to hide Esau's identity, but Yahuwah says different. But I've made Esau.
The Most High's name is Ahaya, Ashar Ahaya, and some people will pronounce it Ahiye, Asher Ahiye. But in the ancient Paleo Hebrew, there were no vowels. There were no E's. There were no U's. So, Most High's name is Ahaya, Ashar Ahaya. The name that he gave to Moses in Exodus 3 and 14 and 15. Those Jewish scholars, they try to go get other works and trying to disprove that, but all they can say is, oh, well, that's what he told Moses, so that's in the first person, and it's about what it should be, what we say in the third person. Forget all of that. The Most High told Moses what his name is, and it's key. He said, tell them I am. That's what he told Moses. Sorry to interrupt him, but look, I have to. Exodus 3:14. And God said unto Moses, I am that I am. And he said, thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel. He said, so that means that the Most High told Moses to tell the children of Israel to say these exact words. I am hath sent me unto you. I am that I am is Ahaya, Ashar, Ahaya. I'm going to let him cook, but I'm going to play something else that I haven't released yet. I haven't posted this video yet. I'm waiting till I get done with all of this. Then I will post this video. But in here, I'm going to, because they be trying, these Jewish scholars, You know, now that it's something going on with a prominent church within the Hebrew community, now they're trying to come for all of the things that they've taught all of a sudden. So, but they're confounded in their own works, and I'm going to show you how.
I have uncovered his secret places. He shall not be able to hide himself. His seed is spoiled, and his brethren and his neighbors, and he is not. Here is further proof. These are the son of Seir, the Kori, the Horites, who inhabited the land, Lothan and Shuval, and Sivan and Anah, and Dishon and Etzer and Dishan. These are the Alephim, the dukes of the Korim, the Horites, the children of Seir in the land of Edom. The Horites called their children, their descendants, dukes. These were the Alephim, the dukes of the sons of Esau, the son of Eliphaz, the firstborn son of Esau. Aleph as in Duke, Taman, Aleph Omar, Aleph Sepho, Aleph Kenaz. Esau called his sons dukes. Esau still called his sons dukes today, and this is what they look like. This explains why the higher-ups and the races hate us. And Esau hated Yaakov because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, the day of mourning for my father are at hand, then will I slay my brother Yaakov.
So make no mistake, I just sat up here and told you about Genesis, and on these videos I've been telling you about Genesis 25 and 27 verse 41. So make no mistake, me and this brother, we might have a difference on the name, but the core is what's important. The core, just like this brother just told you, Genesis 27 and 41. I told you Genesis 27 and 41. We might not agree on the name, but I know that the name that I was given was correct. So, but the core is what matters.
It also explains why they painted the likeness of the Mashiach in their image. Now Jerusalem lay void as a wilderness. There was none of her children that went in or out. The sanctuary also was trodden down. The aliens kept the stronghold. The heathen had their habitation in that place. The joy was taken from Yaakov, and the pipe with the harp ceased. Wherefore Yasharel assembled themselves together and came to Mizpah over against Jerusalem. For in Mizpah was the place where they prayed aforetime in Yasharel. Then they fasted that day and put on sackcloth and cast ashes upon their heads and rent their clothes and laid open the sefer of the Torah wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their images.
Look, see, I've been saying this for years, and the reason why they hate us. I have a whole video, y'all, titled, Why Do They Hate Us? Answering your question is pretty much this, but I go into, a little bit more detail, but he did a great job of explaining, but Yahuwah is not Yeshua, is not Jesus or Ahia, or God. Our Father in Heaven name is Ahia Ashar. Ahia, that's Hebrew for I am that I am. And you can find that in Exodus 3 verse 14. They gave you the meaning of his name. Ahia Ashar. Ahia means I am that I am in Hebrew. And Christ, who the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ, his name is Yeshaya. And the word is Yeshua. Yeshua means Savior. So when you say Yeshaya, my Savior, I agree with the name. Whether you want to say it's Aye, Asher, Aye, or Ahia, Ashar, Ahia, I agree with that is the name of the Most High, and I agree that the name is Yeshaya. Okay?
There's, while I'm on the name topic, hold on. Because remember when I told you I was watching videos, right? And so, this is, these Jewish people, they're now, because there's an issue in the church or whatever. So now here they come, and now they want to attack the name. Well, I watched their video. You can see, well, actually, I did watch the video one time, and then I skipped back where you see me at right now because I wanted to get a snapshot or a screenshot of what this bastard was speaking. And so I really don't give a damn. Like, when I say I don't care about what these people, have to say because they're false prophets, about the Black Hebrew Israelite movement and stuff like that. But I did watch their video because, it's a lot being said about the church right now, right? And so then I came across this video and they were talking about the names. Well, they included Yeshaya, but they never said anything about Yeshaya. They never said anything. The focus was on Ahia. So that's what they purchased I guess they took the Hebrew and Bible Academy, or they bought they purchased the class or whatever, because the GLCC has a Hebrew and Bible Academy that you can pay for, which is, I've said in previous videos, I've never said it about them, but I've talked about the Christian church and how people like Juanita buying that hoe, how you be paying $50,000 before she steps foot into your church. And so I believe that the word is free, so I say that across the board about everything and everybody. I don't care if you're a Christian, a Hebrew Israelite, the word is free. But I also understand that it takes money to run a church. But anyway, I'm dealing with this right now. So I watched this video, and let me see. This is who's hosting it. A bastard. I'm going to show you what see, because this video, they're talking about this is the highest root form and all of this. Oh, this is first person and third person. All of this bullshit. I'm going to cut straight to the point. So this is from their video. I gave you the source. You can go watch it if you like. But I'm giving you the answer right here. So they, at the end, like towards the end of the video, they pull something, a source from someone else, and all through the video, like they're being catty. That's what catty and sassy. They're trying to, it's like, okay, lawyer, he went to a website, right? And the website that he went to, they don't deem it as reputable, quote unquote, So first, they were trying to talk shit about him using a website, okay? And so then they said, well, since he used the website, we'll go to a reputable website. And then so they went to a website. Then so after they were talking about that, then lawyer goes to the Zondervan book. And so he's flipping through the book, and they're talking shit about that. Like, I paid $150, and, I have to wait for him not to be prepared. It's like, so you was talking shit about the man not using a book, and then when he goes to use the book, now you still talking shit. Oh, it's because you're a false people who stole Black people's identity, and you're mad because we're finding out about it. And now, not only, see, you could deal with us talking shit because nobody was paying attention to us, but now you got Tucker Carlson on your ass, and you have white America on your heels. And so now you want to come at these black Hebrew Israelites because the black Hebrew Israelites have been talking about you bastards since the 1960s. And all praises to the elders. You know, even though these were not perfect men, nobody is perfect, y'all. Do I condone, these men's actions? No, I don't. And neither does the Most High, because the Most High is going to deal with his people. He's going to deal with his prophets, his elders. That's just how it goes. And so, even Moses stumbled, but Moses was still accepted. So I'm not condoning, I'm not making excuses. But what I am saying is, please don't forget who you are based on another man's mistakes, and sins. Don't. That's why I said I'm not looking to be nobody's leader. I don't want you to put me up on a pedestal because I'm a man and I'm a sinner just like you. That's why I've shared my life story on my page. Told you everything that I've done. A lot of these people, including these Jewish people, they not gonna do that. Because a lot of them be into molesting children. So they ain't gonna come forth and tell that. Because they already know it's deemed as wrong. And it is wrong. It's evil. So this is what he used. He pulled this from somebody else, somebody who has a quote-unquote master's degree, in Hebrew. Ew. You got all these degrees, right? But this and you can go watch the video. This is what he pulled up. All this yin yang at the top. Look, I already underlined it. Because the discussion is, or the topic is, the name. I told y'all, it's Ahia, Ashar, Ahia. They're trying to keep it as Yahweh. And that's not the name. I don't care if you say Yahweh or, Yahweh. That's not the same. It's not the same. Yahweh is not the same as Ayeh. That's not the same. It does not sound the same. It's not the same. So that's not his name. That's the name of your God. That's the name of your people's God. You Jewish people. That's the name of your God. That's not the name of the God of Israel. His name is Ahia, Ashar, Ahia. And as we can see, so I'm going to start. We read in Exodus 3 and 14 in response to Moses' question to God about his name. That God responds, Ayeh, Ashar, Ayeh equals usually render I am who / that I am, or I will be who what I will be. However, over 6,800 times, the name of God is written YHWH in all capital letters, conventionally vocalized as Yahweh, not Ayeh. This naturally gives two questions. Okay, you heard it, right? What does God say? The underline. As a result, what God says in his answer is in the first person. 2, God's answer, Ayeh, Ashar, Ayeh, which is Ahia, Ashar, Ahia. That's the Most High's name. They's trying to sit up here and talk about some, oh, well, that was in the first person, and, that was God saying, and, God is saying that, so we have to say it like this. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Fuck y'all and your Yiddish, and then they were talking about the Masoretes and the vowel points, and oh, well, he's adding the vowel points, and the mistake is, he thinks that nobody was pronouncing it, this way, before the vowel points. Bullshit. Bullshit. I'm gonna tell these bastards something. Picture a roller coaster. When the roller coaster is going up the hill on the chain, it's, you hear that clicking sound, click, 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 click. When it gets to the top of the hill, and then it, just as it's about to go down, well, we passed that point. We are going down. I'm not debating with these bastards. I'm not. The world is waking up. Everybody's going to find out y'all not the people. Everybody's going to reject what you're saying. You were the slave traders. You owned majority of the ships, majority of the plantations. You played a big part in the transatlantic slave trade, more than you like to admit to. You're liars. 100 years from now, you will be sitting up saying, oh, no, that's not what happened in Gaza. No, there was no, we didn't do those things. No, it was less than 1%. Less than 1%. That's them. That's how they are. They liars. You can't trust nothing these bastards have. You can't trust nothing they say. They're liars. This is why Revelation 2:9 and 3:9 speaks of them. They are the synagogue of Satan. They want to try to come against the name Ahia, Ashar, Ahia, and Yeshaya, which is, they didn't even mention Yeshaya like in the video. I mean, I watched it. I didn't hear anything mentioned about Yeshaya, or Yeshua, the Dead Sea Scrolls. I didn't hear nothing about that. They just focused on Ahia. And so let me also take you here, because this right here, baby, whether you like me, you don't like me, whether you like GOCC or whoever, this is what God said. Fuck all the bullshit. This is what God said. This is what the Most High said. Not John, not GOCC, not these fake ass Jewies, not Romy, Michelle, and Dupree. This is what God said. The Most High said this. This is what he said his name was. If I'm telling you my name, and then you want to go introduce me, oh, well, I guess he said his name was John, so I should call him Johns. No, that does not make sense. My name is John. This is what God said. The Most High said his name was Ahia, Ashar, Ahia. Okay? There are no E's. So it's an A. You don't have to believe it. We're going to see on Judgment Day. It's a little rhyme for you. Okay, let's... Then it went here, right? Then it went here. See, and I'm not... Listen to me. These people are more educated than me. They're more educated, I'm sure. About, like the Septuagint. I'm not fully, versed on the Septuagint, and I'm not fully versed in Hebrew. Never claimed to be. Never claimed, that I speak fluent Hebrew. No, I don't. I know a few words, but even, in the beginning of the video, they're trying to, even when we say Bahashem, Even that's a problem. Oh, it's just Bashem. No, that's how you say it. That's how you say it. That's how you say it. Because you came along later and you changed shit. They even mentioned something about the guy. He said something about because when Christ came in the land, and I was listening. I'm like, bro. Well, I'm sorry because you're not my brother. What don't you understand? When Christ came in the land, your people was already in place. The original Sanhedrin had damn near been replaced. It was only like a few left from the original stock. That's why, like, when you read in the scriptures, like in verses, I think it's John 8, when he's having a discourse and they're talking about some it's in John 8, see? They answered him, "We be Abraham's seed and were never in bondage to any man." You want to know why? Because they were of Abram's seed, because guess what? And Christ is not of the same lineage as of the people that he's talking to. You have to realize Christ is black. The people that he's talking to was the same people that was just on the screen that I showed you that was trying to discredit the names of the Most High. They were brought into the land.
They come from Esau.
All the way back in 2 Kings 17, verse 24. Sepharvaim. So they have been in the land since this point. So by the time Christ came, they was already in the land.
Them ashy nasties
and the Sepharvaim, they come from Esau. So they are Semitic because Esau is Semitic.
Ashy nasty came later.
That's why they said we are of Abraham's seed, but yet we've been in we don't know any bondage. Well, that can't be possible. They can't be possibly the Israelites, because I mean, do I really have to go through and show you that the Israelites have been in captivity after captivity after captivity? Slavery after slavery after slavery? Yeah, but those people haven't. The people that's trying to discredit, they haven't. That's why they refer back to that one propagandized event that happened in Germany, mind you. Anyway, so they bought this up, right? Let me make sure, because I want to make sure this show. So to sum up, the above is why most scholars, and who are these scholars? Who are the scholars? What color are they? What race are they? It's usually Jewish or white. Feel fine with Yahweh as a conventional vocalization of the Tetragrammaton, even though they aren't sure. They aren't sure or comfortable as to how to explain its etymology. Etymology equals origin. They are not sure or comfortable explaining the origin of the name Yahweh. He left that part out. He forgot to emphasize that, right? So okay, we supposed to just take your word, even though your people aren't sure or comfortable as to how to explain its etymology. Oh, okay. So, yes, I understand. Listen to me. Have your qualms with GOCC. I'm not telling you how to feel. I ain't even telling you how to respond. But, baby, come on now. Let's not lose focus. Let's not lose focus, because these people are scamming. They are scamming. Gonna burn in the lowest pits of hell. He gonna burn in the lowest pits of Tartarus, bro. And he's gonna be sitting there wondering, but how? But how? My understanding is superior than those niggers. I'm superior. How? Because you are a false ass devil. And you are going exactly where you belong. You see I thumbs down the video. And I will not play this bullshit. Because on the video, they're trying, like, for instance, they were trying to talk about...
So, yeah, I haven't posted that video. As you can see from what I was talking about, you see what the video is going to be about. But that is coming soon. Anyway, I got sidetracked off because I had to talk about the name of the Most High in the name of Christ. But getting back on track to what we've been talking about, which is the overall theme is Happy White History Month. We are still talking about white people and their fucked up ways. And now I'm about to show you, because we've been talking about like dump supporters and, you know, what has white folks racism, you know, really gotten them, and talking about their manifest destiny. And I want to show you why, you know, they spread over to this land like cancers. I'm going to show you this video, and then I haven't forgot about the video that I said that I was going to share. But because I put it on every video. So it's going to be after this. And this is the title of this video. If I can get it right. Okay. That's the title. If you ever want to check it out in its entirety. Oh, that's another video I did. What is a prophet? It was a good video. This is what Esau's descendants. In 1873, Esau's descendants killed 1.5 million buffalo in that 1 year alone to starve the Native Americans so they would become more dependent on the government to survive. Ain't that crazy? This is the extreme, desperate measures that these people will go to win. They don't care about God. They don't care about God's people. They don't care about God's creation. They don't care. They don't care about laws. I've been saying this. They don't care about laws. They only use, all of those are talking points that they use against us. Patriotism and the Constitution and, you know, all of this stuff. That's all stuff that they just use to go against us. But they can do what they want to do.
Any black person claiming to
That's not a follower of Christ.
Any black person claiming to be a Christian while putting dump as their profile picture is a silly, lost-ass Christian who doesn't listen to dump, nor do they read their Bible.
Just get out and vote! Justice time! Christians, get out and vote! Justice time!
He knew at this point, everything that's going on, he knew. That's why he's telling, get out and vote just this time. Why would he say that? And look where we're at today. This is why he said he knew that he wasn't going to get into heaven. Why do you think he's saying these things, y'all? He knew at this point all that was going to happen.
You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians.
Why won't you have to vote anymore? What will be fixed? What will be fine? Look at where we're at today. This was before. This was some time ago. Look at where we're at today. Why don't you have to vote anymore? Some of you really sat up here. You voted for this. You voted for this. It's like you voted for judgment. Like you voted for judgment. You voted for your own judgment. You voted for your children being dragged off into a war to never come back home to your arms again. That's what you voted for. How are you mad? I got one cracker on here talking about with his matted ass goat hair dreads, talking about he voted for Dump because he wasn't a politician. Like, oh, so you knew he was a businessman. And you trusted a slick Willie con artist businessman with 34 felonies. What does that say about you? That you're dumb. That's what it says. A lot of these people in this whole, well, no tax on overtime. No tax. Then after the fool gets in office, now they going into the employer's office. Hey, why y'all still taking taxes on my overtime? Y'all still taking taxes on my overtime. Just dumb.
I love you, Christians. I'm not Christian. I love you. Get out.
And he told you he wasn't Christian. With his diaper booty ass.
You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm not Christian. I'm not Christian. I love you, Christians. I'm not Christian. I love you, Christians. I'm not Christian. I love Christians. I'm not Christian. I love you. Get out. You gotta get out and vote.
Now, there was a video from 9 years ago where Dump was saying he was a Christian, but this video I just showed was recent. Since people change opinions in churches like they do underwear, I'm going to go with what he recently said.
Christians, I'm not Christian. I love you. Get out. I love you, Christians. I'm not Christian.
Why won't you have to vote again? What's fixed? Amos 3:3 KJV. 3 can 2 walk together, except they be agreed. It fails to mention how people who look like him, the dummy who Kanye said don't care about black people, worked hand in hand to set up the 9/11 sacrifice. All to go to war, so they could steal the resources from the Middle East. People that look like Kirk's deadass caused a 20-year, useless war that cost trillions. They left $7 billion worth of equipment over there as well.
Some low down dirty scoundrel. They just some
has eyes to see and ears to hear and actually reads the Hadith and reads parts of the Quran, you know that conquest is an Islamic value.
But fails to mention how his people use Christianity to steal this very land with their manifest destiny bullshit. Fails to mention how Christians are responsible for Spanish Crusades, Trail of Tears, transatlantic slave trade, and those Salem witch trials. They burned black women at the stake for practicing African spirituality.
Islam has conquest values. They seek to take over land and territory. Yes, because Christian countries definitely do not have a history of conquest. Christian countries definitely do not have a history of conquest. Absolutely no Christian majority society has ever done conquest in the name of God.
Gotcha.
Bitch.
Now, who the fuck is this bitch?
You're like, I can't believe all this is going on. I mean, this is why. Let me show you. They knew. They know. But see, what I know is the next video that I'm going to share. This country, you consider that a fact?
But they're Europeans, aren't they?
How it is you voted for Donald Trump when you're so into facts? Because his entire campaign is not based in facts. It was all based in propaganda and emotion.
I voted for Donald Trump for one reason only. His policies, if implemented, would slow the dispossession of whites in the United States. If you were to of whites in the United States. Policies, if implemented, would slow the dispossession of whites in the United States. Policies, if implemented, would slow the dispossession of whites in the United States. If you were to deport all the illegal immigrants, if you were to think very hard about letting in any Muslims, all of this would slow the rate at which whites are becoming a minority.
Why are you so worried about the white dispossession of America?
Because I want my people to survive. Is that so strange? We don't control China. We don't control any place where whites are not a majority. And if we become a minority, we will not control our own destiny anymore. When my ancestors built this nation, they did not build it with the intention of giving it away to Mexicans or Chinese or Asians or anyone else.
Do you consider it, you keep saying your ancestors built this country, you consider that a fact?
Who else built it?
And right there, that's why, see, I really want men like him to understand this is why y'all are about to get your asses handed to y'all because of your stupidity, your pride. Remember when I read Obadiah? The pride of thine heart hath deceived thee. You came from the clefts of the rocks. The sun does not even like you. And I'm telling you, this is why the majority of white people voted for that man 3 times. Everything that he's telling you, this is why they voted for him. Because they were afraid of becoming a minority. Because they know, these people know what they have done. They know that they are going to be punished. They know it. Even if it don't come from us. Because The Most High uses other nations. He uses other nations of people to chastise other nations. And so, and yes, there'll be wars and rumors of wars. When Christ comes back, I don't believe America is going to be, what it is, not even what it is currently today. Like, it's going to be very dire if this place ceased to exist. I'm dead ass serious. These people, this man right here, he represents a group of people that are about to get their asses handed to them. Okay? These people, this man, this is a fucking idiot. Like, if he ever sees, like, sir, you are a fucking idiot. You don't understand what your people have done. You don't understand it. Esau, the pride of thine heart hath deceived thee. The pride of thine heart have deceived thee, thou that dwelleth in the clefts of the rocks. Y'all are the ones that set your nest among the stars, the space station. All of that is going to come crashing back to the earth when the Most High comes. This man is an idiot. He's an idiot. And probably a pedophile. I'll guarantee you he's probably a pedophile. 98% probability a pedophile.
Black people, Native Americans, Chinese people who consider it, you keep saying your ancestors built this country. You consider that a fact.
Who else built it?
Black people, Native Americans, Chinese people who came and built the railroads.
Do you think none of that could have been
Italian people?
But they're Europeans, aren't they?
How it is you voted for Donald Trump when you're...
That white bastard. But see, this is their arrogance. That white bastard.
Again.
But see, this is their arrogance. This is their arrogance. You heard him when he said they don't control their own destiny. This is their arrogance. This is, and you see the stupidity that lies within that noggin. Who else built it? It certainly wasn't you. It certainly wasn't you, because you had to go get other people, because you could not go out into the sun. You can't survive in the sun. And if it was not been for the natives who fed you and taught you how to survive on this land, you would have ceased to exist. This is their arrogance, though. But that is why I do videos like what I'm going to share next, because your punk ass passer, he's already under subjection of them.
Your punk ass pastor should be the one telling you this on Sunday, but he was too busy having you stand in the $1,000 plus $1,000 line. That's what that's the plans that he had for you. But just remember, I didn't ask you for a dime, but I do thank you for your time.
He or she. Nothing but extensions of the Roman Catholic Church. That's what they are. That's why they worship on Sunday.
Show them the evidence.
Watch the next video.
Show them the evidence. Oh yeah, and I was telling him, even his knowledge about the Italians is false. Please look up Alessandro de' Medici. He was black and he ruled Italy during the 1500s. Research the Dark Ages. I'm telling you. Italy, it's over for you. We know that Sicily was even ruled by North Africans. Stop it. You just assimilated to white. Alessandro de' Medici. Google him. He was black and ruled Italy. He was black. See, look, ancient aliens. I used to love ancient aliens until I found out they was all lies. All liars. That's why I stopped watching TV, because, like, the History Channel, I cannot, like, I be sitting up there arguing with the TV, like, with the History Channel, because I'm like, I know this is a lie. This is a lie. This is what really happened. They should pay me money to sit along the History Channel like, no, this is not what happened. They're skimming over this. Like, tell them about how the white people kicked the brown and black native heads around like soccer balls. You gonna leave that part out? Okay. Tell us about how the natives who came from Siberia took part in slavery. Okay. Who owned slaves? Yeah, I said it.
Who are the real terrorists of the world? Who has murdered the most people? Do we want to get into that?
That's the headdress of a foundational black American. The natives, the native indigenous people who were here before the Siberian Mongoloids. You know, those people who claim to be Native Americans, but they look like Asians. They literally look like Asians.
Is ISIS the worst terrorist? Or is there someone else? Oh, now you about to see why they took out Maccabees, why they took out Ezra's. Because the Roman Catholic Church, who are these people, who are Esau, that you see holding the hat, the feathered hat, the headdress, they the same people. See? First Maccabees 7, verse 29. He come therefore to Judas, and they saluted one another peaceably. Howbeit the enemies were prepared to take away Judas by violence. No, I don't celebrate pagan holidays. It's their manifest destiny crap. This ain't nothing but a bunch of crap. In the 19th century, manifest destiny was a widely held belief in the United States that its settlers were destined to expand across North Amessica. There are three basic themes to manifest destiny: the special virtues of the American people and their institutions, the mission of the United States to redeem and remake the West in the image of our great Bulgarian America accomplish this essential duty. They always speak sweet words to hide the carnage and the trail of tears they leave behind to get to their so-called manifest destiny. The image below will prove that their manifest destiny was and still is white supremacy, which is Jacob's trouble. Let me tell you what their sweet words really meant. Manifest destiny is their idea that it is their God-given right to murder the entirety of the indigenous population on the continent so they could shine from sea to shining sea. They also
believe that they can be pedophiles. Keep that in mind. They believe that they can be pedophiles because that's the next video that I'm going to show you after this. What their manifest destiny turned into.
Figured since there was no gates put up, the land was theirs for the taking, even though there was people already living on the land. You won't believe the comments I see from Facebook posts on viral videos that speak of history or anything that brings up white folks' dirty past. This land wouldn't be anything if it wasn't for white people. But I just read that y'all wouldn't have even survived if it wasn't for the natives. That's how delusional these dummies are. There will be no land for you to do whatever on because you wouldn't have survived. Or my favorite, the natives were killing each other and taking each other's land. I guess this gave whites the right to come in and kill everyone and steal the whole land? Not. The problem is, majority of white people boast and have no empathy for what their ancestors did. They also fail to realize the head start they received over everyone else, and this is why they will face the harshest judgment. They enact this manifest destiny way of thinking to this very day. Why else are they in Africa but not at war with Africa? Look at what happened to Iraq and Afghanistan. This type of behavior is Esau living by the sword as prophesied. There is a correlation between Roman Christianity and ruling the world. There is a correlation between white colonial patriarchy and ruling the world. This is not the past. This is not the past. Just in 2017, there was national press covering an enormous protest, the Sioux tribe of Gad, at Standing Rock. The natives were bitten by dogs and pepper sprayed, all in an attempt to keep a toxic pipeline used for oil out of their native burial grounds. They had rights to be worried because, lo and behold, in 2018, Keystone Pipeline leaks 210,000 gallons of oil in South Dakota. All that wasted protested oil. When will all see that there is one race of people who predominantly do the mass shootings and have done atrocities to just about every other race on the face of the earth? They loathe in the do as thou wilt mentality, Aleister Crowley, without empathy for the next. They feel they have a divine entitlement and fail to realize their forefather gave that up a long time ago. This picture below shows their ideologic white supremacy. Notice no Negroes or natives. American Progress 1872 by John Gass is an allegorical representation of the modernization of the New West. Columbia, personification of the United States, is shown leading civilization westward with American settlers. She is shown bringing light from the east into the west, stringing telegraph wire, holding a school textbook that will instill knowledge and highlights different stages of economic activity and evolving forms of transportation. Goddamn goat hair. As for my people, we have this obsession to celebrate white dominance, and we demean any resistance to it. Have you ever thought about why this holiday is heavily associated with eating? Thanksgiving, in a special way, is just celebrated by eating, and not just in normal consumption, but food in extreme access. Their manifest destiny, man. This whole belief is crazy. It's wrong. You know, take that manifest destiny back to the caves, back to the Caucasus Mountains, and build that up, because we don't need it here.
Again, who the fuck is this bitch?
Zeus and others that I mentioned earlier are all fallen angels who were once called the Watchers. They had specific duties on. Okay, you gotta notice, look how they falling out of the sky, see? Stars, right? Falling out of the sky. What happened? There was war in heaven. They got kicked out. Look, see? That's the mountain. They made a pact. See? 22 stars. 20 stars were all 200 of them, and then the other 2 stars symbolize Samyaza and Azazel. 22 stars. 2 of the stars represent Samyaza and Azazel, and the other 20 is the 200 of them coming down here making a pact. But she is a deity. This is a deity.
That's who the bitch is.
This is a deity. That's who that hoe is. See, this is what they believe with their manifest destiny. It's the same hoe. Look, same hoe. See? The toga. Carrying a book. Probably our records that they stole. She got a book in her hand and she holding a torch too. Who is this hoe? Who is this hoe? And clearly she's of cave dweller descent.
This one is, because the original one was actually modeled after a black woman, because Europa is, you know, the name of inspiration for Europe, but Europa was a black pagan queen, or black African queen. So I'm talking about this version, not the first.
Who is she though? Who is this? Yastri. Who is this? Don't they look alike? Don't they look alike? This is where they say, Easter comes from. It's the same hoe. This is what they got you thinking Christ's mother is. See, these is all the same deity though. This is all the same goddess. Just called different names by different religion. All the same goddess. They tried to turn Christ's mom into a goddess. Semiramis. I've shared this picture on Facebook numerous times, but this is Semiramis, legendary queen of Assyria. Queen of Assyria. All them hoes I just showed you. That's her.
Here we go. This is what their manifest destiny is.
Investigations in other cities have shown that boys 13, 14, even younger are coerced into prostitution with threats of physical violence and are sometimes shipped across state lines, shipped to the older adult men who desire young boys for sexual acts. Occasionally, these boys' episodes with their older clients ends in physical violence. There are men who seek young boys to torture and sometimes to kill.
Oh, yeah, they look like him, but let's hear that again.
Investigations in other cities have shown that boys 13, 14, even younger are coerced into prostitution with threats of physical violence. And
you notice how they don't want to talk about race? See, it's when they don't mention race, that's how you know they talking about them. Because if black people was doing this shit, oh, you know, it'd be black people, black male, black children, black male. But since it's white collar, notice how they're not mentioning anything about race. They not even mention, like, and we know, like, for instance, they're going to mention black cities. We know Washington, D.C. is a black city. Atlanta is a black city. New Orleans is a black city, right? They ain't even mentioning nothing about, they just saying the names of the city. Just notice that about this video. They ain't saying nothing, but see, they tiptoeing around the water hole. Because this is a video from like about the 80s and the 90s. And we know who was dominating the corporate world at that time. And who was second in line. White people was dominating it, and Asians was second in line.
investigations in other cities have shown that boys 13, 14, even younger are coerced into prostitution with threats of physical violence and are sometimes shipped across state lines, shipped to the older adult men who desire young boys for sexual acts. Occasionally, these boys' episodes with their older clients ends in physical violence. There are men who seek young boys to torture and sometimes to kill.
The President's Commission on Obscenity found, this is the commission that Richard Nixon repudiated, it mentioned in passing that child pornography was a phenomenon of the abuse of children, and then went on to say that for every female prostitute of any age in the United States, there are 9 boys underage who are prostitutes. And there was a call boy ring operated out of New York City, which had phone hookups with Houston, Atlanta, Los Angeles, New Orleans, Washington, D.C., and that operated out of New York City. For every female prostitute of any age in the United States, there are 9 boys underage who are prostitutes.
And so keep that in mind when you watch another one of my videos titled Protect Black Boys. This is why I can barely find any statistics on young black boys being essayed in this country.
There was a call boy ring operated out of New York City, which had phone hookups with Houston, Atlanta, Los Angeles, New Orleans, Washington, D.C., and that callboy ring had a list of 10,000 clients who could call and with a credit card purchase a boy.
Hello. Hello, this is credit card number 06789. I'd like to make an order, please.
Go ahead.
I'm looking for a young male, blonde hair, blue eyes.
Body hair or no body hair?
Thick body hair, please.
What age?
10 to 12.
Butch or femme?
Butch, please.
What is your address?
I'm at the Houston Marriott Hotel, room 313.
Wire me $200 now by credit card and have $100 in cash for the boy. He'll be there in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Even in the description, you heard him say blonde hair, blue eyes, but who predominantly has blonde hair and blue eyes in this country? He ain't say nothing about race. You don't notice that? When it's stuff like this, they will not mention race. And your black ass and my black ass and your white ass and my black ass and your Asian ass and my black ass and your Mexican ass or Hispanic ass and my black ass both know that when we watch this motherfucking news, bitch, and it's a black person, especially black male, 6 foot, black male 5'11", black male, you know, even with Mexican people, you know, they gonna, but when it's this though, no mention of race. Not even when they was ordering the child. Who has blonde hair and blue eyes? But no mention of race, right? You think, I mean, yeah, I'm sure I can find a black boy with blonde hair and blue eyes naturally, not that, you know, chemically done shit of dyeing their hair. No, I'm talking about they're ordering young boys 10 to 13, right? Okay, so naturally, 10 to 13 ain't gonna be dyeing his hair, right? Okay, so it would have to be natural. I'm sure I can find a natural black boy out there with blonde hair and blue eyes. I'm sure it exists. But is that the majority? Hell to the fuck no. You know that, and I don't. And I know that too. We have certain characteristics. Like, for instance, Asians have slanted eyes. That's a characteristic that they have. When you're describing Asians, you're going to describe their eyes. White people are known for having what? Blonde hair and blue eyes. We call them blue-eyed devils for a reason. Right? Okay, so why no mention of race? Because even through this, they're talking about it, but they're tiptoeing around the water hole. They pussyfooting around the subject.
Hello, this is credit card number 06789. I'd like to make an order, please.
Go ahead.
I'm looking for a young male, blonde hair, blue eyes.
Body hair or no body hair?
Thick body hair, please.
What age?
10 to 12.
Oh, shit, I'm sorry. 10 to 12. Damn. 13, I guess, is too old. Y'all some sick motherfuckers.
Butch or family?
Butch, please.
What is your address?
I'm at the Houston Marriott Hotel, room 313.
Wire me $200 now by credit card and have $100 in cash for the boy. He'll be there in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ordered them just like it was a pizza. Let me position myself so I can get ready to insert my little ad libs, because they want to leave out the race of the people that's doing it, even though the race of the people that's doing it look like both of these white men that you've seen in front of you. That's who's doing this shit. And they've been doing it since their manifest destiny. These is the same motherfuckers that did this with the native children. These are the same motherfuckers that did this with the children in Hispaniola, the Tainos, the Arawak. This is the same motherfuckers that's today over there in the Middle East, which Israel sits on the North Tectonic Plate of Africa, before I forget. What you think they doing with them children over there? What you think they was doing with children in Vietnam? These are the same people. And they look just like this motherfucker that's on the screen in front of you.
Of individuals involved are down the line, almost in every instance in the cases I've investigated, men who are very powerful,
white,
usually very wealthy,
white,
and usually administrate control over a large number of people.
White.
16-year-old boy.
So he don't want to, he don't want to tell you that they white, but he just want to describe the characteristics of the people, right? But we know who is this? Everybody know.
Instance in the cases I've investigated, men who are very powerful,
white,
usually very wealthy,
white,
and usually administrate control over a large number of people.
A 16-year-old boy came to us telling how he'd started as a prostitute at age 12 and now is employed by a large Houston corporation. The corporation pays him from a well-covered slush fund.
I'm working right now, with the corporation.
What color does he sound like he is? Do he sound like a little Hakeem? Do he sound like a little Edgar? Does he sound like a little Ping? Or does he sound like a little Colin, Connor, Ben, Matt, Josh, Andrew, Trevor? Not to be confused with Trevor Noah. We're not talking about him. But what colors does this little boy sound like he is? We know he not no Hakeem or little Tyrone. And his hair look kind of long. Kind of looks like a goat from here. But, I don't know.
The corporation pays him from a well-covered slush fund.
Also, the corporations are involved. The corporations, some of the same corporations who owned slaves. I wonder what's Atna in anywhere of any of this. I'm just asking, not accusing. I wonder what's Atna. Or, New York Life or JP Morgan or any of the railroad companies like CSX or Norfolk. CSX. CSX. Child SX. Oh, okay. Could be. In their train system. They could be. Who knows? They could have been transporting slaves. They could be transporting kids. I'm not saying. I'm just, sitting here brainstorming. Not accusing. I do know they owned slaves or took part in slavery. So, I don't know. We're talking about these corporations from that's paying him from well-covered slush funds. I don't know.
telling how he'd started as a prostitute at age 12 and now is employed by a large Houston corporation. The corporation pays him from a well-covered slush fund.
I'm working right now, with the corporation. And
what's that? How's that work?
well, when their executives or their business people are in town, they're sent to our apartment, and we entertain them while they're here.
Okay, what's that entertainment usually involve? What do they usually demand, or what do they want?
Well, it's all kinds of sex and perversions. There's no two alike. I've decided that.
That entertainment usually involve? What do they usually demand, or what do they want?
Well, it's all kinds of sex and perversions. There's no two alike. I've decided that.
Okay, what's that entertainment usually involve? What do they usually demand, or what do they want?
Well, it's all kinds of sex and perversions. There's no two alike. I've decided that.
Subsequent to the making of this interview, this boy's mutilated body was found.
It's closely attached to the major financial, commercial, industrial, educational institutions of our society.
Who run those? Come on, Mr. Cracker Man, be honest. Who run those? Is it the people that look like you? You kind of look like Ben. Oh, I'm sorry, Benicia. Benicia. You kind of look like Benicia. But who runs these societies, these institutions? Who's at the top? Don't run now. You love to be at the top any other time. But when it's about stuff like this, you scurry away. You skedaddle. Skedaddle. You skedaddle right on out of here. Why are you skedaddling? Why is everybody skedaddling all of a sudden? Where's everyone going?
It's closely attached to the major financial, commercial, industrial, educational institutions of our society.
Who run those? Who run those?
It's closely attached to the major financial, commercial, industrial, educational institutions of our society.
White society.
It's run by the same people who run those.
White people.
It's frequented by the same people who occupy management positions in those.
White
it's
people.
Not the mafia. It's...
So he made a distinction right there. Oh, it's not the thugs of our people. It's not the gangsters of our people. Oh, no. The ones that, who we throw under the bus, like the Ewish people threw us under the bus. When I say us, I'm talking about white men that look like this. Not, So it's not the Italians, because believe it or not, even though, the Italians don't have time for stuff like this. Okay, they're too busy doing their suit news and their pirouettes and practicing for West Side Story. Okay, they don't have time. They got their new dancing shoes and they're getting ready for fame. So that's what they're doing. But they're strong family people, They have to be there, because they all teach each other how to do suit and news and pirouettes so they can be the best little ballerinas in West Side Story. While black people and Irish people, we just sit back and we laugh at them. Ooh, did I tell the secret? Oh, shit. I told the damn secret. Irish people gonna be pissed. Just forget I said that.
It's run by the same people who run those. It's frequented by the same people who occupy management positions in those. It's not the mafia.
So, it's not the mafia. It's not the ghetto and thugs. Because you know the gingers. They're the niggers of white people. So he's making a distinction. No, it's not the You know, it's not the thugs. It's not. This is white collar men that look like him. Men that look like the other guy that was on the screen. They just don't want to say, yeah, it's people that look like me, damn it. Holy Mother of God. Christ. It's people that looks like me, man. Bob and Jim. It's people that look like me. It could be my brothers. He doesn't want to say that.
Closely attached to the major financial, commercial, industrial, educational institutions of our society.
White institutions.
It's run by the same people who run those. It's frequented by the same people who occupy management positions in those. It's not the mafia.
Black people that work in those institutions. As you climb that ladder, what color are your bosses? Oh, okay.
It's an adjunct of clean.
You could visibly tell that he is trying his best to dance his ass around this fire. Okay? Bitch, he is Skip to Malou, my darling. Around this campfire. He is dancing around this fire. Okay? And visibly frustrated. Looks like he does not want to talk about this. Or admit that it's his people. If he could blame this on niggers, in a heartbeat he would. You don't think if he could? You don't think he would? He definitely would. Oh, yes. It's those men that wear Jordans and wear golds in their mouth and, you know, and baby mamas and welfare. And you know what they say about us. Even though it's not, I mean, it's really, that's really them. They're the biggest fraudsters on welfare, you know. But they don't want to admit. These are people that cannot take accountability for anything. They cannot take accountability. And when it's this, they will leave out race because they want to paint the picture as, oh, well, everybody's doing it. They're doing it too. Just like with slavery. Oh, well, black people, Africans were enslaving Africans too. The first legal slave owner was black. As if slaves wasn't coming over here since 1565. That's before 1619, mind you. Who was the owners then? Oh, okay.
Business. It's serving people who occupy management positions in those. It's not the mafia. It's an adjunct of clean business.
How's the business clean if the people doing dirty shit like this? This man is trying to sit here and cope with the sins of his people. This is a man. Look at his forehead, just sweating. We know he's not a tourist because his forehead isn't that big. I mean, I don't know. But his forehead is shiny.
By the same people who occupy management positions in those. It's not the mafia. It's an...
You heard it. That... Damn it! Holy Mary, Mother of Christ. That's what that is.
adjunct of clean business. It's serving the most respectable people we have.
How are the people respectable if they're doing things like this? How? If they're doing stuff like this. And it's still going on. Don't think that this has stopped.
In our society, the people who are the elite.
Investigations in other cities have shown that boys 13, 14...
I share this in every damn video. I don't care. So let's take a look. Why do y'all act like this? Because this is where you come from.
I want to show you guys some of the documents showing the white races of Europe. And we can get a better perspective as to who the Moors were fighting. These are the albinos and the beasts of Europe. And the Moors were fighting these people for hundreds of years prior to the so-called transatlantic slave trade. And one interesting thing I wanted to show you is that when you look at these beasts and albinos and how they have achieved what they've been able to achieve in just a few hundred years, keeping in mind that they were considered wild men just a few hundred years ago. And they had no last names. Many of them didn't even have first names. And I wanted to show you this.
They are not albinos. But I've already talked about that in another video.
Because I found this very interesting. If you see here the wild men, and you look at the clothing that the people are wearing to the left, you can see here they're wearing this clothing to cover up their hairy bodies. So I found that very interesting. And something else I found in the British Library was one of the oldest genealogy charts, one of the first ones made for white people. And as you can see at the bottom of that genealogy chart, you see two wild men. So they're showing that their ancestry comes from the caveman.
I'm the oldest of 10 children. I'm born in August 28, 1896. I was born at Cherokee Strip, OT, Oklahoma Territory, 1896. Those early days, we lived in Whaley. I was born in a cave. There wasn't nothing but a cave.
In a cave?
Right. The next.
He said it. He said it right, ho.
We lived in Whaley. I was born in a cave. There wasn't nothing but a cave.
In a cave?
Right.
You're damn right. In a cave. That's what he said. He came from the cave.
Days, we lived in Whaley. I was born in a cave. There wasn't nothing but a cave.
In a cave?
Right. The next home was a half dugout. To start with.
Half dugout.
I would like to just talk to you kind of like that.
Just go right ahead, sir. Could I ask you one question?
All you want to.
Was there, what was the closest settlement or town to where you were born?
Closest settlement? Augusta, Oklahoma. None of there now. But
Right. That are not comfortable for white people. They're not comfortable for them to talk about the possibility that Africans were here before the Europeans. So what do you do with the heads in Mexico that you find in San Lorenzo, at Tres Zapotes? What do you do with those? Right? You ignore them. What do you do with Columbus's diary that says the Africans know a way to the west, but it goes around the doldrums, we would never survive? What do you do with that? You ignore it. What do you do with Balboa's diary that says we came upon this African village in the isthmus? How did these Africans get here? What do you do with that? You ignore it. Why? To preserve the myth that the Europeans were here first. What do you do with all of this written literature and history that says that Abubakar II of Mali sent 200 ships to the west? One came back and said they were afraid that the others disappeared. And then to have Balboa find this village that looks just like Mali, where he was? What do you do with this information? You ignore it. Why? To preserve the myth of white superiority. That's what our whole educational process is devoted to. What do you do with this whole history? This is a written history, my dear. that are not comfortable for white people. They're not comfortable for them to talk about the possibility.
Again, you need to hear it.
That Africans were here before the Europeans. So what do you do with the heads in Mexico that you find in San Lorenzo, at Tres Zapotes? What do you do with those? Right? You ignore them. What do you do with Columbus's diary that says the Africans know a way to the west, but it goes around the doldrums, we would never survive? What do you do with that? You ignore it. What do you do with Balboa's diary that says we came upon this African village in the isthmus? How did these Africans get here? What do you do with it?
So, yeah, the Africans had the scriptures. They had the book of Enoch. They had Esdras. They had the prophets. That's how they got over here. That's why in the movie Columbus, when he's talking about coming over here, he mentions Esdras. You would think these people are African, but they're not. They're black, but they're the real Jews.
You ignore it. Why?
But she's correct too.
To preserve the myth that the Europeans were here first. What do you do with all of this written literature and history that says that Abubakar II of Mali sent 200 ships to the west? One came back and said they were afraid that the others disappeared. And then to have Balboa find this village that looks just like Mali, where he was? What do you do with this information? You ignore it. Why? To preserve the myth of white superiority. That's what our whole educational process is devoted to. What do you do with this whole history? This is a written history, my dear.
This is really white people's worst fear. Like they be bringing that up just unprovoked. You want to enslave white people. We don't even be thinking about that. That's their worst fear. They be thinking about that shit when they go to bed. They be thinking about that shit all day, every day. Like they don't want to go through what they put our people through. So that's their worst fear, that black people will rise up and do to them what they did to our people and still doing. But I mean, fortunately, there's this thing called the law of attraction, right? So they be speaking about it so unprovoked. They think about it. They talk about it. They just, nobody talking about that. And they just bring it up unprovoked. So because of the law of attraction, because you keep thinking about it, because you keep saying it, at some point, it's going to happen, unfortunately for y'all, but fortunately for us, it's going to happen. You know, they love to call us monkey, or use the little monkey emoji, right? Well, y'all remember what happened with Planet of the Apes. The apes took over, did they not? The apes won, they took over. Yeah, they had a little infighting and shit, but I mean, that's to be expected. But the apes took over. And then it got so bad that the humans, they lost the ability to speak, and they became cave beasts. They became cave beasts. So they speak all this shit into fruition. Like it's gonna end up happening, unfortunately, for them, because y'all just want to enslave white people. Who the fuck even thinking about that? Ain't nobody think. But that's their worst fear. That's their worst fear, is to get done how their people did us. That's why they want to get rid of the history. Out of sight, out of mind, right? So if we don't see it, it never fucking happened. But I'm sorry to tell you, white people, it fucking happened. And because y'all consistently think about being subjugated, the law of attraction is going to make it so.
He that leadeth into captivity shall be taken into captivity.
At some point, it's going to make it so. But that's their biggest fear. That is their biggest fear. And it's so funny when I see it, because this is not the first person I've seen, say something like this. This is not the first white person I've seen say some shit like that. And it's like, where did that even come from? Who the fuck? That's not even in the conversation. They be thinking about that shit unprovoked. It's like, it's there. They scared of that shit. That's why they don't want black liberation. That's why they don't want black people to unify. That's why they're so afraid of black people unifying with the whole diaspora, because that subjugation. They're scared that we're going to do to them what they're.
Euro-Asians, Native American. Euro-Asians are Native Americans.
All right, let's see. Malaysian, South European. How? I thought I was Cherokee. I thought I was indigenous. The more you know.
But now what? Until your little double agents out there doing all that talking. Shut them.
To present this data because maybe some of you will not like it, but anyways, we were looking at a skeleton remain 24,000 years old from Lake Baikal in Siberia. What we saw there genetically is an individual who is genetically speaking partly Native American and partly European. And so in other words, it's Europeans that give rise to Native Americans.
Little tribal ID cards that say 00 Indian blood on them, right? But they're proud of that. What has happened is their own people, Native American scientists, did a symposium with a bunch of Native American leaders, all federally recognized, by the way, and said to them, I hate to be the one to share this with you because of what we have believed our entire lives. And he basically went on to tell them that they're Europeans, Euro-Asians, Eurasians, basically Africa. The looks on their faces when that was said, and they hid this information. They've hid it so well. DNA was found in Russia, in Siberia, to be exact. And it showed where modern-day Native Americans are actually Europeans. A lot of the white people today, a lot of them know this information. Should we tell you guys to go back to Siberia? Go back to Russia? Go back to Europe? Go back to the Middle East? See, the racism that you've seen isn't because they don't believe. It's because they want to be you. This is why they dress the way they dress. This is why they take on the swag of, quote, African American people. This is why they have a problem, because they can't be you. But every other race, like the Asians, the Koreans, the Vietnamese, Thai people, they will tell you, oh, we love people of color. We love black people. Blood quantums were put in place to eventually perpetuate the extinction of tribes and tribal nations. That's what the blood quantum was for. And that way, any native lands will be put in allotment, and then they could be sold by individual tribal members. Hence, it's always about the land, so that they can get a part of that land allotment. That's what it was all about. Them being able to breed in, be a part of that family, and then pass that land on to their children, who would have been considered a half-breed or a mixed breed or whatever it was, but they would be entitled to a land allotment and any benefits from that tribe that the federal government set up.
Do you know armed white mobs once came to destroy the only black school in Mississippi and left their weapons behind? In the early 1900s, rural Mississippi was not a place built for black education. The state didn't fund it. Local officials didn't protect it. Most counties barely tolerated it. In 1909, a black educator named Lawrence C. Jones founded a school on a stretch of land outside Piney Woods, Mississippi. There were no grants, no state buildings, no safety net. The school was built by students and teachers themselves. They farmed the land. They raised the buildings. They cooked the meals. Education wasn't separate from survival. It was survival. Word spread. A school where black children were being trained to read, think, sing, and organize. A school that didn't ask permission. That scared people. One day, armed white mobs arrived at Piney Woods. They came prepared to shut it down. Guns visible. Threats understood. Students didn't scatter. They didn't shout. They didn't fight. They kept working. They kept singing. Spirituals, work songs, voices steady. The confrontation never came. Something unexpected happened instead. The men lowered their weapons. Some stayed. Some listened. They left without firing a shot. And they came back, not with guns, but with curiosity. Then supplies. Then money. The same people who came to destroy the school began donating to keep it alive. Not because the system changed, but because the presence of the school forced people to. The state still didn't fund Piney Woods. The government still looked away. So Lawrence C. Jones adapted again. He took his students north, not to beg, but to perform. Black children sang spirituals in churches and concert halls. They raised money for their own education. The school survived decade after decade, producing teachers, leaders, artists, built without permission, sustained without protection. And that's why most people don't know this story, because it proves something uncomfortable, that some of the most important institutions in black history were built after violence failed, and without the system's approval. So do you know why this story was buried? Because it shows what happens when people build anyway. And one more thing history doesn't say loudly. The school they came to destroy still exists today. Piney Woods School is still standing in Mississippi, still educating, still operating, built when the state refused, threatened when violence failed, sustained without permission, not a monument, a living institution. That's it. No revision, no dilution, just proof of survival. Not every hero makes it into textbooks.
I've already talked to y'all about like the experiments and stuff that they did.
In September 1950, San Francisco woke up to a strange fog. It rolled in from the ocean, quiet, controlled. What residents didn't know was this. The U.S. Navy had released bacteria into the air, on purpose, to test how a biological attack might spread across an American city. Hospitals filled days later. One man died. Officials said nothing. The truth surfaced years later, buried in declassified files. In September 1950, San Francisco woke up to a strange fog. It rolled in from the ocean, quiet, controlled. What residents didn't know was this. The U.S. Navy had released bacteria into the air, on purpose, to test how a biological attack might spread across an American city. Hospitals filled days later. One man died. Officials said nothing. The truth surfaced years later, buried in declassified files.
The reason the STD rate is so high is because rich white people touch their children and then doctors cover it up.
Most of the girls between the ages of 5 and 9 did not claim they had been assaulted, but by the time record-keeping systems were in place in the late 1920s, girls under age 13 accounted for 10% of reported infections among females. So, doctors were vexed as to how so many girls had become infected, particularly those from white, middle, and upper-class families. Many white professionals believed that only foreign or ignorant men abused their daughters, and so assumed that incest occurred only in poor, working-class, immigrant, or African-American families.
But I just showed you that video about how they've even had linked up with the different corporations and what they was doing with young boys.
The evidence increasingly pointed to men from their own class. Doctors, public health officials, social reformers, and educators speculated that girls...
Aren't these the same people that man just named in that video with the young boy prostitution ring? Is there a link? Is there a pipeline?
When the evidence increasingly pointed to men from their own class, doctors, public health officials, social reformers, and educators speculated that girls could become infected from non-sexual contacts with toilet seats, towels. Modes of transmission doctors had already rejected for adults and boys. Healthcare professionals ignored the possibility of sexual assault and insisted instead that girls faced the greatest risk of exposure in the school lavatory.
White women, are y'all okay? See, because of systemic racism, you're not even protected in your own home. They blame us for the STD rate when really it's your father touching you and giving you a venereal disease, statistically speaking, historically speaking. And if you need help, you know who to look at. It's not us. It's them. It's your dad. It's your brother. See, white women are under attack in this country from the damn people on that island hanging out with the rich, damn near down to the middle class household. These little white girls are very unsafe and thereby making my community unsafe.
Woo woo! Let's hear that one more again. That was good.
The reason the STD rate is so high is because rich white people touch their children and then doctors cover it up.
Most of the girls between the ages of 5 and 9 did not claim they had been assaulted, but by the time record-keeping systems were in place in the late 1920s, girls under age 13 accounted for 10% of reported infections among females. So, doctors were vexed as to how so many girls had become infected, particularly those from white, middle, and upper-class families. Many white professionals believed that only foreign or ignorant men abused their daughters, and so assumed that incest occurred only in poor, working-class, immigrant, or African-American families. When the evidence increasingly pointed to men from their own class. Doctors, public health officials, social reformers, and educators speculated that girls could become infected from non-sexual contacts with toilet seats, towels. Modes of transmission doctors had already rejected for adults and boys. Healthcare professionals ignored the possibility of sexual assault and insisted instead that girls faced the greatest risk of exposure in the school laboratory.
White women, are y'all okay? See, because of systemic racism, you're not even protected in your own home. They blame us for the STD rate when really it's your father touching you and giving you a venereal disease to take.
That's because he was fucking on those young kids in those prostitution rings. And he was also, fucking your mom, the goat, in the cave. And then sometimes he would find his own mom laying on the side of the road, and he would sleep with her as well. The deer. I told you about the man in Kentucky. And
Historically speaking. And if you need help, you know who to look at. It's not us. It's them. It's your dad. It's your brother. See, white women are under attack in this country. From the damn people on that island hanging out with the rich, damn near down to the middle class household. These little white girls are very unsafe, and thereby making my community unsafe.
Okay, so we need to talk about what the U.S. Department of Labor is doing and why you need to be paying attention. And if you don't see it, then you're just actively choosing not to. So over the last year of this administration, there has been glaring propaganda promoting this particular version of the American dream. And I know that you've all seen these images, the white families from the 50s. They're like carefully curated and traditional looking, but they're pushing a very obvious message. And for years, people of color, but specifically black people, have been telling you that the government wants to recenter whiteness in this country. So none of this should be new or surprising. But what is how strategic the messaging has become, right? They hate the fact that there has been an increase in diversity and equity in media, in the workplace, in education, in American culture, right? And that has signaled to them that they're going to be a minority. But the thing that's crazy about them fearing that is that it tells you that they know minorities are treated differently in this country. Because if being a minority wasn't dangerous or dehumanizing, why would it scare you so much to become one? And for years, they've just pushed this white replacement theory, trying to convince their base that minorities want this uprising or revenge. But if you've done nothing wrong, why would you fear revenge? If the goal was equality, justice, and humanity, why would you interpret that as retaliation? That fear says more about them than it does about us. And instead of them choosing progress and accountability or attempting to right the wrongs of the past, they want to resegregate. And they want to push propaganda like these pictures. Propaganda that is rooted in nostalgia and a mythologized America that never existed for most people, at least not for people that look like me, but only from the people who benefited from it, right? And to a lot of conservative, evangelical, white Americans, these pictures represent the America that centers them. It erases diversity and it makes whiteness the default again. It's not about families or values. It's about control and racism. So when government agencies are actively rolling out this kind of messaging, please know that it is not random. It is strategic and it is extremely political. Propaganda always shows you the world people in power want to rebuild and the exact people that they expect to disappear in the process. Okay, so we need to talk about what the U.S. Department of Labor is doing.
Respectability politics is slowly killing black people. The idea that if we just act right, we'll be treated right has shaped generations of black families. It started out as a way to survive, a strategy to stay safe in a world that punished us for existing. But now, generations later, that same survival strategy is keeping us silent, anxious, numb, and disconnected from ourselves. Hello, my name is Dr. Raquel Martin. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist, professor, scientist, and podcast host who specializes in black health and well-being. And if you're here to learn. So let's talk about how this respectability politics began as a response to racism and violence and ended up shaping how we see ourselves, our emotions, our worth, and how we can learn to let it go. Respectability politics came from a real place of fear and strategy. After enslavement and Jim Crow and the Great Migration and segregation, survival often depended on being seen as acceptable by European American society. Dressing a certain way, speaking a certain way, hiding emotion was meant to protect us from violence and systemic punishment. Our parents and great-grandparents, they were trying to live another day and keep their children and great-grandchildren alive. They believed that success and good manners and silence could protect their children from harm and discrimination. But here is the cost. When generations are told that emotions are weakness, that we must outperform oppression, or that seeking therapy is shameful, we inherit anxiety and suppression, and we often misinterpret them as strength. Survival tactics can't be confused with liberation strategies, and we need liberation. So what kept them alive is now keeping us emotionally stuck. And what I see happening is we start to police each other instead of the systems that created the harm in the first place. And the internalized messages that our worth is conditional creates and maintains pain and emotional distance across generations. So we wear masks to seem respectable, while anxiety and depression and PTSD and learning disorders and autism and so many more go untreated. And when we pass those lessons down, don't air out our business, act right in front of company, don't be too loud, too emotional, too black. We are not teaching manners or politeness, we're teaching oppression. You will never be respectable enough for a people who don't see you as human. You will never be quiet enough for people who don't want to hear you speak. You will never be successful enough to outwork a system that's built to exploit your labor, and you will never shrink yourself small enough to fit into someone else's idea of safety. You can never.
Again, it's like we need to hear that again.
Untreated. And when we pass those lessons down, don't air out our business, act right in front of company, don't be too loud, too emotional, too black. We are not teaching manners or politeness, we're teaching oppression. You will never be respectable enough for a people who don't see you as human. You will never be quiet enough for people who don't want to hear you speak. You will never be successful enough to outwork a system that's built to exploit your labor, and you will never shrink yourself small enough to fit into someone else's idea of safety. And you will never be respectable enough for a people who don't see you as human. You will never be respectable enough for a people who don't see you as human. You will never be quiet enough for people who don't want to hear you speak. You will never be successful enough to outwork a system that's built to exploit your labor, and you will never shrink yourself small enough to fit into someone else's idea of safety. You can never tap dance enough for someone who wants to chop your legs off. You can never tap dance enough for someone who wants to chop your legs off. You can never tap dance enough for someone who wants to chop your legs off. So let's talk about how we start to fix it. We address respectability politics by naming it and challenging it and choosing something freer. That means showing our emotions, seeking assistance when needed without guilt, and letting people see us rest, and still we call that strength. So here's what I want you to do, Black people. This is for us. I want you to drop in the comments one rule you were taught, maybe one that used to sound like wisdom but was really fear, and what you're replacing it with. That centers healing, not performance, because our peace deserves to be public and we can write messages together. So start below.
So there's a new book I'm reading, Tiny Hats Selling the Slaves. Oh yeah.
He called the Jewish people tiny hats, and that is so hilarious to me.
They forgot to mention all of this in the Rockefeller schools, and people say that's not true. Well, you should read this one. This guy was a rabbi who wrote this one. And you know the term layaway? That came from when rabbis were selling slaves. Yes. And this has pages and pages of all the auctions and the rabbis selling the slaves. Check this, Jacob Cohen, okay, owned a plantation. Yes, all the plantations were ran by the Tiny Hats. 294 enslaved Africans. He was the president of the synagogue. You can just look this stuff up. And what got even deeper is I found Charleston, 1825. That was the original place of the slave marts. And they own the merchants, they own the ships, they own everything. And look at this, Charleston, Tiny Hat, slave traders. Now, since the Tiny Hats own all the newspapers, if they tried to run away, they'd put an ad up trying to get the slaves back. Then it got deeper when I found out that the Tiny Hats owned the police too. So if people tried to run away, they owned both sides. And it's wild because there was only 2 people who actually spoke up about this. That's why it's hidden from you. And also when Christopher Columbus came over here, now you understand who Christopher Columbus was. And this is why the Tiny Hats, the Charzarians, had
He was Jewish.
been kicked out of all these countries. From you. And also when Christopher Columbus came over here, now you understand who Christopher Columbus was. And this is why the Tiny Hats, the Charzarians, had been kicked out of
Charzarian equals Khazarian, the serpent people. That's what they called themselves.
all these countries. Now you start to understand.
They have been kicked out of all different kind of countries and lands. Just a few pictures before I finish. Just a few pictures before I finish. Oh. I want you to keep this picture in mind. This one too, but more this one. Okay? This one right here. Little dumpy dump. I hope this picture shows, but because this is why. This is the question, and this is the answer. Remember the bitch I showed you earlier? That's what these hoes represent. That bitch I showed you earlier. With the white toga dress on, the same dress that these bitches got on. Yeah. That's the name of the Most High. They have the vowel points. It's those little dots. Told you. I don't know if you can see this or not.
The white mentality. So youth man asks me, how does this change? How does this system change? How does this wicked, evil, racist system change? And I say, white people gotta change it. They started it. This is their system. They created this. They gotta change it. That's the only way it changes. But we know they're not gonna do that. They're not gonna do that because that's the role that they think they play on earth. Take shit, take over shit, bomb shit, start wars, own all the riches, all the best areas, own everything, wealth. Give me more, greed. That's all the role that they've ever played on earth. And for some reason, they have convinced themselves that that's their roles. Any place you take them, any place they go, any place that they go, they're going to play that role. Just look at history. Look at history. Any place that they go that there was peace, tranquility, oh no, they're going to disrupt that shit. They're going to take what they want. They're going to kill. They're going to pillage. They're going to, whatever it is. I want it this way. This is what it got to be. Got to be benefiting me. I got to get it all. All is mine. So how does this change? White people got to stand up in their own households. Look themselves in the mirror. Yeah. Wife, that man that is doing all that evil shit that have all those billions, she got to say when it comes to money, this don't make no sense. The children got to say, Dad, come on, Dad. We got all this shit and there's so much people hungry. Dad, this don't make no sense. Grandma, grandpa, get on their ass. If it don't make no sense, it makes no sense. How can you have all this shit in excess? And there's millions that don't have nothing. And all that shit that you have in excess came from the back of those millions that don't have anything. White people can change this. We can have all these wars, race wars, but any place they go. You kick them out of here, they go over here, they start the same shit. You kick them out of over here, they go over there, they start the same shit. It It's a mentality. It's a mentality. I'm supposed to run this whole thing that they call Earth that we all came and met. Nobody know how it was created, but they decide we are the rulers.
Honestly, I do believe there was a point in time where they could have fixed it, but we are past that. You want to know where we at? And we're here. This is the last video, so I'm going to let it play through.
White America thought they elected a savior, but God sent them their judgment. November 2024, you watched the election results roll in. You saw white America celebrating in the streets. You heard them chanting his name. You watched them worship at the altar of their golden idol. They thought they were crowning their champion. They had no idea they were signing their own death warrant. Here's what they don't want you to know. Here's what the mainstream media will never tell you. Here's the truth that's been hidden in plain sight. Donald Trump is not white America's savior. He is God's instrument of their destruction. Let me show you something that will blow your mind. In 2024, 21% of black men voted for Donald Trump. That's more than double what he got in previous elections. You heard that right. Black men, the sons of the enslaved, the descendants of those who suffered under white supremacy for 400 years, they helped put Trump back in the White House. And white America celebrated. They thought they were winning. But here's what they didn't see. Here's what their blind eyes couldn't comprehend. God was orchestrating the greatest act of divine justice in modern history. He was using the very people they oppressed to deliver their judgment. He was turning their victory celebration into a funeral march. And they were too drunk on their own pride to even notice. Look at what's happening right now in America. Trump's policies are tearing apart the very fabric of white middle-class life. His tariffs are crushing small business owners in rural white communities. His mass deportation plans are creating labor shortages that are destroying white-owned farms and factories. His economic chaos is wiping out retirement savings for white suburban families who thought they were safe. His dismantling of federal agencies is eliminating jobs that white college graduates depend on. Everything they built is crumbling. Everything they trusted is collapsing. Everything they believed in is turning to dust. And the man they worship is the one holding the sledgehammer. Coincidence? Random chaos? Political miscalculation? No. This is prophecy. This is divine judgment. This is God using the wicked to punish the wicked. This is the rod of God's anger. And white America is about to feel every strike. You saw the headlines. Trump dismantles DEI programs. Trump rolls back civil rights protections. Trump appoints judges who will set justice back 50 years. And white America cheered. They thought he was hurting us. They thought he was protecting them. They had no idea that every single policy, every single executive order, every single decision was a nail in their own coffin. The whole world is watching America isolate itself. Allies are turning away. Economic partners are finding new arrangements. The global south is rising while America falls. And Trump is accelerating it all with a smile on his face and a red hat on his head. What if I told you this exact scenario was written 3,000 years ago? What if I told you the Bible predicted a nation would be judged by its own idol? What if I told you that God has a pattern of using oppressors to destroy oppressors and then destroying the instrument he used? What if everything you're watching on the news right now is the fulfillment of ancient prophecy? White America wanted a white supremacist strongman. God said, fine. Here he is. Have him. Let him destroy you from the inside out. Let him dismantle everything your ancestors built. Let him isolate you from the world. Let him crash your economy. Let him expose your hypocrisy. Let him be the face of your judgment. This is not politics. This is spiritual warfare. This is not about Democrat versus Republican. This is about the God of justice settling accounts with a nation built on stolen land, slave labor, and innocent blood. This is about 400 years of oppression coming due. This is about the chickens coming home to roost. This is about divine vengeance wrapped in a red tie and delivered through the ballot box. And the most beautiful part, white America has no idea what's happening to them. They're still cheering, they're still celebrating. They're like Pharaoh hardening his heart while the plagues destroy Egypt all around him. They're like Belshazzar partying while the writing appears on the wall. They're like Babylon dancing while the enemy army marches through the gates. Today, right now, in this video, I'm going to show you exactly how this prophecy is unfolding. I'm going to take you through scripture, through history, through current events, and I'm going to prove to you beyond any shadow of doubt that what you're witnessing is not chaos. It's judgment. It's not confusion. It's prophecy. It's not random. It's righteous. By the time you finish watching this video, you will never see Donald Trump the same way again. You will never see American politics the same way again. You will never see the news the same way again. Because you will see the hand of God moving pieces on a chessboard that most people don't even know exists. So buckle up, turn off your distractions, pay close attention, because what I'm about to reveal to you has been hidden for generations. What I'm about to show you will shake everything you thought you knew. What I'm about to prove to you will set you free from the lies you've been told your entire life. The judgment of white America has begun, and Donald Trump is the judge, jury, and executioner that God appointed. Let me show you how. Open your Bible. I'm going to show you something that will make your spine tingle. I'm going to show you a pattern that's been there all along, waiting for eyes to see it. Here's the principle that most people miss. Here's the theological truth that's been buried under centuries of false teaching. When God judges a nation, he doesn't send fire from heaven the way most people think. He doesn't send angels with flaming swords. He doesn't split the earth open and swallow the wicked whole. That's not how divine judgment works in most cases. Here's what God actually does. He gives a nation over to its own desires. He gives them exactly what they asked for. He lets them have the leader who reflects the darkness of their own hearts, and then he watches as they destroy themselves with their own choices. Turn with me to Romans chapter 1, verse 28. Paul writes, God gave them over to a reprobate mind. Did you catch that? God gave them over. Not God struck them down. Not God punished them directly. God gave them over. He released them. He stopped restraining their evil. He let them have what they wanted. And their own wickedness became their judgment. This is exactly what's happening with Trump and white America right now. They wanted a champion of white supremacy. They wanted someone who would say the quiet part out loud. They wanted someone who would promise to take them back to the good old days when they could oppress without consequence. And God said, you want that? Fine, here he is. Now watch what happens. Look at Deuteronomy chapter 28. This is the chapter of blessings and curses. This is where God lays out exactly what happens to nations that obey him and nations that rebel against him. Starting at verse 15, God describes the curses that will come upon a disobedient nation. And listen carefully to verse 28. The Lord will strike you with madness and confusion of mind. Madness and confusion. Does that not perfectly describe American politics right now? Does that not perfectly capture the chaos of the Trump era? White America is groping in broad daylight like blind people.
I'm sorry, but I can't end the video without it.
This message is for crackers. 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 This message is for crackers.
It sounds so lovely, don't it? Well, y'all, that's the video for today. I love you and have a good night, morning, day. Be blessed.